here we go. Okay. Save. Let's just bring this up full screen. Ignore that. Just pretend you didn't see it. So, oh, this is the wrong one. This is the one. I mean, we're gonna be looking at both of them today. Can we do that? No, we can't really do that, can we? Nope. I'm sharing the actual window, so it doesn't matter, like, size-wise. What I do with it, it's still gonna, yeah, that's gonna happen down there. But anyway, the sponsors of literacy, that's what we're going over today. And I wanted to, my big thing is, like, I don't like the concept of, like, stagnation, right? I need to try, like, new shit. What the fuck am I doing if I'm not out here trying new things, trying different things, Like, I'm not really doing anything. I'm just doing the same shit. So, I'm like, why don't we try, new methods, new practices, new shit. So anyway, I feel like this could be a little bit quieter. I don't want to turn it off, but I do want it to be, like, very, very subtle, This is another one of those things where I really don't know how it turns out until after I, like, actually have ended the stream and, like, watch it back, play it back. But, who knows? We're doing our best. We're doing our best out here, and that's all that we can really do. It looks fine. So anyway, hey, welcome to the stream. I'm Proletariat Prince, and we're talking about the sponsors of literacy today. What are the sponsors of literacy? Well, that's a hell of a question, and it's kind of hard to just, answer. So we're gonna read about it. Actually, we're gonna read about it, and hopefully it's fun. This is 28 pages. I just realized that this is 28 pages long. Now, the font is pretty big. The font is pretty good, big. So it's probably going to go by kind of fast. Yeah. So, I don't know, because I still, like, I'm very attached to my screen reader because I just can't read out loud for shit. Like, my everything is not designed in a way that is conducive to reading or speaking out loud. I don't function that way. What do you want from me? You're little. You're like a foot tall. Okay? You're literally like a foot tall. You don't even know which way is up. You wish you knew what way is up, but you don't know. Come here. Come up. Up. He doesn't even know which way is up. He's looking at me like I want to go up. But then I say, come on, up. And he's like, what the fuck does that mean? I'm a cat. I don't know which way up is. I forgot to put that away. Ignore that. Ignore anything on the coffee table behind me. I just did dishes today. And I didn't want to do more. Anyway, let's try this.
Sponsors of literacy: Deborah Brandt, University of Wisconsin-Madison. In his sweeping history of adult learning in the United States,
she's so grating. I'm just so sick of her. I got through my, like, senior year. Oh fuck. Just hold the fuck on. He was trying to jump up, and I was like, okay, I'll help you, and then I almost fell off in my chair. But anyway, I got through my, like, entire senior year reading shit, like, with the screen reader, and now I'm just like, fuck it. Okay, let's do it. In his sweeping history of adult learning in the United States, Joseph Kett, 1994, describes the intellectual atmosphere available to young apprentices who worked in the small, decentralized print shops of antebellum America. Because printers also were the solicitors and editors of what they published, their workshops served as lively incubators for literacy and political discourse. By the mid-19th century, however, this learning space was disrupted when the invention of the steam press reorganized the economy of the print industry. Steam presses were so expensive that they required capital outlays beyond the means of many printers. As a result, print jobs were outsourced. The processes of editing and printing were split, and in tight competition, print apprentices became low-paid mechanics with no more access to the multi-guild environment of the craft shop. I guess already, I guess, and this is like something I've read this before. First of all, I've read this one before. But first of all, something I'm just, like noticing is that like, when it comes to like technology, right, and automation, and I think we see this in with the self-check, right? The self-check was like a big thing, and a few years ago, and everybody's like, oh, all of the self-checks are going to replace the humans who do the jobs at the checkout stands, right? Automation and technology doesn't always make things better. Sometimes it makes things worse. Maybe not makes things worse is necessarily fair. So, it changes things. Technology changes things. And so in that restructuring of things, it's always important to make sure that the restructuring is to the benefit of the people rather than to the benefit of the capital owners, right? Benefit of the workers rather than the benefit of the capital owners. That's a hot take and a half. This early in this text, but anyway. So yeah, I'm gonna highlight that because I feel like that's what's our highlight color today? Let's do pink. I like the pink. I like the pink. I know like my whole angry dyke aesthetic doesn't really vibe very well with the pink, but I like the pink. While the shift in working conditions may be evidence of the de-skilling. I thought it said desk-illing, and I'm like, what? De-skilling. So like we're taking away the skills. Maybe evidence of the de-skilling of workers induced by the Industrial Revolution. It also offers a site for reflecting upon the dynamic sources of literacy and literacy learning. The reading and writing skills of print apprentices in this period were an achievement not simply of teachers and learners, nor of discourse practices of the printer community. Rather, these skills existed fragilely, contingently, within an economic moment. Ooh. Mm. 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 I wonder what that means. The pre-steam press economy enabled some of the most basic aspects of the apprentices' literacy, especially their access to material production and the public meaning or worth of their skills. Enabled. Basic okay. So their access to material production and the public meaning or worth of their skills. I feel like that's a really simple sentence, but I also feel like I want to unpack that. So when you are the person who is, doing the printing press stuff, you're owning the press, you're writing the papers, you have access to material production because anybody could put together a printing. Not anybody, but you could put together a printing press because it's just a bunch of letters and the letters are stuck to a thing and then you go slap, right? But then when you change to something that's more refined machinery, right? First of all, you're not really just putting together the letters and doing slap. The machine is going slap, 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 right? And it just keeps going. So it's fundamentally changing the market in which print is made, right? So the market in which books are created, how those materials are made. So like, of course, that changes everything around it too. I think this is kind of why I wanted to do this like this. But what I was talking about not last time on the stream, when we did our little Viscera cleanup detail stream, and I was talking about, I don't know if I actually talked about this, but basically the long form video essayists and the debate bros are like making the same kind of content. I don't want to classify it as like debate bros, right? No, I want to classify it as live streamers because I think the issue here is not like with debate bros, and if the issue is with debate bros, it's actually with like, I think few specific debate bros, and it's not the ones they're always talking about. I think they're actually afraid to talk about the people they're actually talking about. But anyway, no, it's with the live stream itself. I think the people who are against debate bros are against the concept of the live stream itself. And I you know, and I again, I think it definitely ties directly back to this concept. How does it tie back to this concept? That's the question. That's the question. That's what I think. That's really what I want to establish with this stream. My professor's gonna hate this. It's okay. It's okay. Anyway, the pre-steam press economy enabled some of the most basic aspects of the apprentice's literacy. And I mean, if we think about it, okay, right? What do I want to think about it? This is what's hard. I think this is what's really hard for me about the genre of live streaming is like how difficult it is to organize your thoughts on the spot, right? And there's a lot of people who are like very skilled at that, but like I have a little bit of trouble sometimes. I am very much, you know, a person of the written word. I'm a writer. I've been blogging. I've been writing most of my goddamn life, and I feel like I can express myself so much better in writing. And so, like, the actual act of live streaming is far more difficult to, like, organize in your own mind than I think people are inclined to think it is. And that does tie back to the broader conversation. That does tie back to the broader conversation somehow. I'm gonna have to think about it. I'm gonna have to think about it for a while. I got a notification on my phone, and I don't want to see any notifications on my phone. I'm just gonna put that over there. I don't have to think that it exists, but it's going to bother me. It's going to bother me very much, and I'm going to be drawn to picking it up and looking at it every once in a while. Anyway, so the most basic aspects of apprentices' literacy, especially their access to material production and the public meaning or worth of their skills. So the public meaning or worth of their skills. This, I think we actually want to delete that. We want to delete that, highlight, and go over it again, because this is like I'm probably gonna say this a lot, but like this is what I'm talking about, right here, this right here, the public meaning or worth of their skills, right? What is the value of a live stream? What is the value of a video essay? Who determines the public meaning of or worth of a skill, right? And you know, when I'm talking about like baby leftism, you know, the leftist movement on the internet, as this thing in its infancy, this thing in a very early disorganized stage, right? Who determines the public meaning or worth of a live streamer or video essayist skill? Well, they do. They say, I am doing this thing, I have this exigency, and I'm doing this thing because I believe that it provides this value to a space, right? Well, the problem is that these people are all competing with other people who think that they also have a value that they bring to a space, right? But instead of behaving collaboratively, right, a lot of these creators are behaving competitively. Which, first of all, like, what kind of leftist are you? And second of all, bitches gotta eat. So, like, I totally understand, but at the same time, you know, I don't know. So yeah, the public meaning or worth of their skills. So let's rewrite the sentence. The live streamer slash video essayist economy enables some of the most basic aspects of literacy, especially their access to material production and the public meaning or worth of their skills. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I think it's an interesting conundrum. I'm not here to give you answers. I'm just here to ask you questions. Maybe you can give me a few answers. Anyway, paradoxically, even as the steam-powered penny press made print more accessible by making publishing more profitable, it brought an end to a particular form of literacy sponsorship and a drop in literate potential. So, and this, I think this line right here, I'm going to erase that again. I think this is the key fear. I think this is the key fear that a lot of video essays have, right? The streams are making leftist content more accessible. By making leftism more profitable. And it's bringing end, it might, not it is bringing end, because I don't think it's bringing end, but it might bring end to a particular form of literacy sponsorship, a drop in literate potential. One of the key, different color. One of the key arguments in all of these debate bro videos is that leftists are not engaging with like actual leftism. They're engaging with the peripheria of the debate, right? So like the vibes. They're engaging with debate bro vibes and thinking that like this is what left is and this is what praxis is, right? And I don't know that that's true. Especially because, the vagueness of the use of the term debate bro. I mean, we could say that streaming in general, and I'm gonna use these terms interchangeably, accidentally, probably a lot. So like, let me know if I am. But yeah. Where was I forget. The vibes of streaming are very different from the vibes of a literary essay, right? And I would say it's the direct access to the content creator that makes it so. When you're watching a video essay, sure, you can leave like a comment in the comment section, but you don't really have direct access to that person. So there's an element of parasociality that is gained by the live stream that is not really quite as possible in the YouTube video essay, which I think is why a lot of YouTube video essays, when they're not making YouTube video essays, they're very, very active on Twitter. And this is like a little baby of an idea at this point. I haven't really developed my thesis on this yet. But I have been observing Twitter, and I am working on my thesis of Twitter socialization. I don't know. It's silly to think about it like that, but at the same time, I do like to study these things as though they were any other form of thing that could be studied. I'm a participant observer, except sometimes I just lurk. The apprentice's experience invites rumination upon literacy, learning, and teaching today. And this is going to this particular paper mostly focuses on academia, so the university, right? I think, from what I remember. Yeah, the field of writing studies. So this is mostly university, but I think it also applies to because learning is a form of socialization, right? And interacting with your community, being a leftist online and interacting with your community online and trying to convince them to be leftist or like to push them on, certain principles and policies and to get them, to a certain point of activism, right? That is very much a literacy in of itself, a literacy of leftism. That is a not just an act of social reproduction, but it's also a act of, maybe reproduction is not the right word there. Anyway, it's also an act of it's social behavior, and it's also learning. You're teaching and you're learning and you're having fun. All these things at the same time, right? Learning through play, which is my whole which is my shit, right? It's my whole exodus, the point of my project. We're learning through play. How do we make these things fun, right? Well, sure, it's fun to watch like a video essay, right? It's really fun to watch a video essay and be like, yep, that's super cool, and like yell at TV when the bad guy comes on. You're like, oh my god, I hate that guy, right? But it's even funner to do it in real time with some streamer who is like reading the chat and is like, yeah, you're a chatter, I'm gonna ban you for 1 second, I'm gonna ban you for like 1 more second. I think you know who I'm talking about when I say that. I mean, anyway, I have fun. Anyway, so like, once again, we get like so bogged down in the meat of things that I forget the No, the potatoes. You know, the starchy, delicious goodness that I forget the meat, which is where the fuck I was going with that. But there's find it again. Let's try to find it again. Where was I? Learning through play. Streaming is fun. Interacting with streamer fun. Interacting with streamer make good brain chemicals. I have fun, right? Yeah, it's good. It's good. Okay, we're good. We found it. Okay. Literacy looms as one of the great engines of profit and competitive advantage in the 20th century. A lubricant. I'm sorry. For consumer desire. I'm sorry. A means for integrating corporate markets, a foundation for the deployment of weapons and other technology, a raw material in the mass production of information. Ooh. Ooh. So let's see. Literacy looms is one of the great engines for profit and competitive advantage in the 20th century. So reading, being able to read makes you money. A lubricant for consumer desire. And let's okay. But that's kind of a reduction. We're not talking about literacy as in just being able to read. We're talking about literacy as in literacies, right? The translingual kind of literacy. So it's not just like I can read this, right? It's I can make a meme of this community. That's the kind of literacies we're talking about. Can you make a meme of like middle-aged white women living in, you know, the Midwest who want to bake casseroles, and then, you know, it's a commercial. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Like, yeah, and because like I think we think about memes like the funny picture thing, right? But memes are also, God, I hate what I'm saying right now. I hate what I'm saying, but I also, you know, it's kind of true. But anyway, like memetics and whatever, and fuck off. But anyway, it's more than just like ha funny joke. It's things that are relevant to a community of people, right? Creating things, images, short videos, those kinds of things that are relevant to a community, right? So commercials would definitely be a type of meme, I think. Okay. So yeah, a lubricant for consumer desire, right? So creating commercials. A means for integrating corporate markets. I don't know what the fuck that means. Integrating corporate markets. I have no idea what that means. Sometimes I see like a line. Got water all over my face. Sometimes I see a line that like somebody in a paper wrote, and I'm like, I don't know what that means, and I don't know that you know what that means. But anyway, I mean, they probably have like some very specific things. This is a whole list of things, right? A foundation for the deployment of weapons and other technologies. How are we using okay. So like, manufactured consent, I would think. So like the literacy of media. But then also don't they say mass production of information? So I would say that these are all things to deal with like mass media. Especially specifically like yeah, I don't know. Yeah, mass media. Just think about mass media. Like Fox News. Let's think about Fox News, right? So we have the foundation for deployment of weapons and other technology. That would be like, you know, Tucker Carlson talking about how there's not enough police in your neighborhood. And then we have a means for integrating corporate markets. You know, the My Pillow guy gets to come on in a segment. And then you have a lubricant for consumer desire. He tells you to that your money isn't going to be worth anything because the gas prices are so high. And so the commercial comes on and he says you better buy gold, and then a raw material in the mass production of information. I mean, that's what all of these things are, right? And it's all just different elements of a working machine that is, you know, informed by the, you know, right-wing media literacy. I stand by that. I think that's good. I think that's good analysis. I don't fucking know. As ordinary citizens have been compelled into these economies, their reading and writing skills have grown sharply more central to the everyday trade of information. And that's not exactly what they're talking about. That's just an example. So this is not related to that. They have grown sharply more central to the everyday trade of information and goods, as well as to the pursuit of education, employment, civil rights, and status. Okay. So what does that mean in the context of this then? You just have to be able to read and communicate with other people to like be alive, I guess. This hat is super fucking annoying because it's like this slimy material and it just never feels like it's the right size for my head. And I have a funny shaped head. So it's hard to find hats that are the right shape for my head, but this one just feels especially weird. But it's the only hat that I have that matches this shirt, really. Anyway, what if we do this? Okay, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do the hat backwards thing. I know that like most people who wear their hats backwards are like cringy as fuck, but like I ironically wear my hat backwards because I like the way it looks. Anyway, at the same time, people's literate skills have grown vulnerable to unprecedented turbulence in their economic value as conditions, forms, and standards of literacy achievement seem to shift with almost every new generation of learners. Vulnerable to unprecedented turbulence. Just like a stream, it's an ASMR stream where I just sit and stare at the camera and go, I wonder how many different like varieties of I could like think up before I just don't know any more make. No, this feels important. But I'm not sure why. Vulnerable to unprecedented turbulence. I mean, yeah, I want you to define unprecedented turbulence. That's what I want. That is what I want. I'm like, and this is kind of the thing that annoys me is like these motherfuckers just beat around the goddamn bush and they don't like say what they mean. What do you mean vulnerable to unprecedented turbulence? I want to know. I want you. Stop being some goddamn centrist motherfucker and tell me what that means. What kind of turbulence? What kind of turbulence? How is it unprecedented? Tell me. I want to know. Conditions, forms, and standards of literacy achievement seem to shift with almost every new generation of learners. Tell me what that means. Tell me what that means like I'm a dumbass. I am a dumbass. I'm very dumb. How are we to understand the vicissitudes of individual literacy? What does that mean? I want to see what vicissitudes mean. I don't know what this is gonna. Can you Google? I do not like using. I want my Firefox. I want my Google. I'm not gonna try to type that. Paste and go. There we go. Excuse me. Oh my god. Change of circumstances or fortune, typically one that's unwelcome or unpleasant. Okay, so hold on. What page are we on? We're on page 4. What year was this written? Here it says 97. 96. And report. It doesn't say. So sometime in the 90s, I guess. You know, we can actually look it up. I bet we could look it up. Copy. There it says 97. We're gonna look it up, though. I really want to know. I want to put some context to this. Context is important. 1988. 1988. Okay. So, what's going on in 1988? Let's look it up. What was happening in the U.S. in 1988? Morris worm, the first computer worm distributed via the internet. Okay, so we had a little bit of the internet. We had George H.W. Bush, 41st president. So this was post Reagan. Okay. Huh. I don't know. Large-scale economic forces that set the roots and determine the worldly worth of that literacy. Conditions, forms, and standards. Let's keep reading. Maybe it's gonna go somewhere. What is going on? Okay. Field of Writing Studies has had much to say about individual literacy development, especially in the last quarter of the 20th century. We have theorized, researched, critiqued, debated, and sometimes even managed to enhance the literate potentials of ordinary citizens as they have tried to cope with life as they find it, less easily and certainly less steadily. Have we been able to relate what we see, study, and do to these larger contexts of profit making and competition? I don't know, there's something. It's like sometimes you ever get that feeling like there's just like a thought and it's scratching at the back of your brain and you're like, what it's trying to say to me, but I hear it scratching on the door. Anyway, this even as we recognize the most pressing issues we deal with, tightening associations between literate skill and social viability, the breakneck pace. Okay. So this is the rise of the importance of the university, of a college education in getting a job. That's what this is talking about. Okay, so if you want to get a job, you're gonna need to go to college and learn skills, right? The there's no blue collar jobs anymore, right? That kind of shit. That's what we're talking about here. So as it's the same metaphor for technology, right? As technologies are becoming, right, we have the rise of the computer, right? As these technologies are becoming more common, more specialized, you need people who are specialized to deal with these technologies, right? Okay. Between literate skill and social viability. So I think social viability, by social viability they mean like class positionality. So like, if you learn how to read, you'll get a good job and then you can be middle class. Which if you listen to me at all, you know my take on like the middle class versus the working class divide, and there is no middle class in America. I mean, that's my little crusty take on it. But anyway, The breakneck pace of change in communications technology, persistent inequities in access and reward all relate to the structural conditions in literacy's bigger picture. Communications technology, still computers. Persistent inequities in access and reward. Access and reward. So this would be computers are a very new technology, so not everybody has access to them. So yeah, I'm thinking. I don't know, but that's what I think. All relate to structural conditions in literacy's bigger picture. When economic forces are addressed in our work, they appear primarily as generalities, context determinants, motivators, barriers, touchstones. Forces. But rarely are they systematically related to the local conditions, like we are doing the relating. Rarely do we do the relating to the local conditions and embodied movements of literacy learning that occupy so many of us on a daily basis. Okay. So, there is no materialist criticism. There is no materialist criticism apparent in literacy studies. That's what they're saying. Or analysis. Did I say criticism? It's the same thing. Criticism is analysis, and analysis is criticism. And people who don't agree with that are wrong. You're wrong. Yeah, you're wrong. Shut up. This essay does not presume to overcome the analytical failure completely. A giant red sign on your forehead that says, I am not a Marxist. But it does offer a conceptual approach that begins. I'm not putting that sign, that's their sign. That begins to connect literacy as individual development to literacy as economic development, at least as the two have played out over the last 90 years or so. But a conceptual approach that begins to connect literacy as an individual development to literacy as an economic. I don't like that. Oh, God, I don't like that. This is so very, this is so very, neoliberal, and I hate it. And I hate how much, just obvious neoliberal bullshit is just so completely evident in academia. And it just really, oh God, whenever I see shit like this, it just makes it turns the whole entire paper just a little bit sour for me. Like, literacy is individual development to literacy is economic development. Like, why do we care about the economy? Fuck the economy. I hate the economy. I want it to die. At least as the two have played out over the last 90 years or so. The approach is through what I call sponsors of literacy. Sponsors, okay. Sponsors of literacy. We finally get to our first mention of sponsors of literacy. This is, roll credits. Sponsors, as I have come to think of them, are any agents, local or distant, concrete or abstract, who enable, support, teach, or model, as well as recruit, regulate, suppress, or withhold literacy. They are the gaslighting, girl bossing gatekeepers of literacy. Was a good one? That was a bad one. That was bad. I apologize. And gain advantage by it in some way. Just see, girl bossing, gaslighting, gatekeeping. See? Just as the ages of radio and television accustom us to having programs brought to us by various commercial sponsors, it is useful to think about who or what underwrites occasions of literacy learning and use. And yet, just, a few, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to explain that. No, I'm not going to do that. It would be too easy. Well, actually, no, it would be a lot of work for me, and I just don't want to. But also, I think the good excuse is, it would be too easy. Think about that for me, okay? Do that. Although the interests of the sponsor and the sponsored do not have to converge, and in fact may conflict, sponsors nevertheless set the terms for access to literacy and wield powerful incentives for compliance and loyalty. Sponsors are a tangible. I'm gonna highlight that. Compliance and loyalty. Fuck you. You know that's not what I was trying to do. I mean, you don't because you're a computer and I clicked on you. But still, you should. Sponsors are a tangible reminder that literacy learning throughout history has always required permission, sanction, assistance, coercion, or at minimum contact with existing trade routes. Okay, I mean, okay, I don't know. How do you get permission from an existing trade route? Or is that like one other thing? Like, you either need permission, you need sanction, you need assistance, you need coercion, you need contact with existing trade routes. I think that makes more sense. Sponsors are delivery systems for the economies of literacy, the means by which these forces present themselves to and through individual learners. They also represent the causes into which people's literacy usually gets recruited. So if you're, a crusty little communist and you're going on to like leftist internet spaces and you're like, oh wait, communists aren't crusty, are they? Anarchists get to be crusty, but everybody else has to take a shower. Anyway, let's see. They also represent the causes to which. Okay, so this is why I'm talking about causes into which, right? This is why I'm talking about literacies, right? Literacies, communities, right? Many different literacies, many different communities you can belong to. And into which people's literacy gets recruited, right? Not like recruiting, like, we're out here recruiting for the communist revolution. Who wants to join up? Like, no, we're talking about like you are a person who has a brain and thinks thoughts about things. I am welcoming you to be in this space and join me and think thoughts with me. And we're going to think about thoughts together, and hopefully they are, leftist thoughts. And what kind of thoughts do you have to contribute? That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about, right? For the last 5 years, I have been, maybe not in this article, but what I'm talking about. Anyway, the last 5 years, I have been tracing sponsors of literacy across the 20th century as they appear in the accounts of ordinary Americans recalling how they learned to write and read. Okay. The investigation is grounded in more than 100 in-depth interviews that I collected from a diverse group of people born roughly between 1900 and 1980. Jesus Christ. Long ago. Oh, fuck. In the interviews, people explored in great detail their memories of learning to read and write across their lifetimes, focusing especially on the people, institutions, materials, and motivations that involved in the process. The more I worked with these accounts, the more I came to realize they were filled with references to sponsors, both explicit and latent, who appeared in formative roles at the scenes of literacy learning. So, who introduced you to internet leftism? Sponsor literacy. There we go. Sometimes it's that simple. Patterns of sponsorship have become Patterns of sponsorship became an illuminating sight through which to track the different cultural attitudes people developed towards writing versus reading, remembering, as well as the ideological congestion faced by late century literacy learners as their sponsors proliferated and diversified, accumulated. What? What does that mean? What does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? Writing versus reading, remembering. So, like, what? I don't know what that means. Their memories. Remembering. I don't think that's related. So. Is this how they're going to refer to it later? Maybe. As well as the ideological congestion faced by late century literacy learners as their sponsors proliferated and diversified. what does this mean? Like Sesame Street is on the TV now, so now we have, you know, there's more places to learn. Okay, if you're in the 1900s and you're getting educated in the 1900s, you know, you're probably gonna learn in some shit ass one room schoolhouse at the end of a dirt ass shit ass road, right? But now you're like in the fucking 80s and you turn on the goddamn TV and you watch, you know, Sesame Street. But then you also go to like your little like kindergarten. They have kindergarten in the 80s? Probably had kindergarten in the 80s, you know? You gotta pull out your little kids book, you know? 1900s, you got a shit ass, dirt ass road and you got a chalkboard, you know, in the one room schoolhouse and you draw like letters in the dirt with the stick, right? So yeah, lots of technology, lots of, you know, mass production of learning materials and tools. You know, more like shit ass dirt ass roads. I'm gonna keep saying that because I just think it's a really fun thing to say, like shit ass dirt ass. That's like gotta be the most American thing to say, shit ass dirt ass. Like if you've never said shit ass dirt ass in your whole entire life, are you even like a real American? I don't know. Say it today. Say it today. Tell me. Tell me if you feel better. Put on like a trucker hat and say it, okay? Like really, it's a vibe. It's a fucking vibe, man. Anyway, I have to. Okay, I'm like a anyway. So anyway, yeah, proliferated and diversified. You know, you're not stuck in the one room schoolhouse. You're not stuck with the one piece of broken chalk and the nasty little chalkboard thing. Now you got a whole classroom full of like 20 kids. God, those were the days, weren't they, when you only had a classroom full of 20 kids? Oh my God. I worked in after school, and one time, I swear to God, the max amount of kids you're supposed to have in any one group is like 25. I had like 35. Half of them had to sit on the floor when we went into a classroom. It's fucking nuts. Anyway, in this essay, I set out a case for why the concept of sponsorship is so richly suggestive for exploring economies of literacy and their effects. Then, through the use of extended case examples, I demonstrated the practical application of the approach for interpreting current conditions of literacy, teaching, and learning, including persistent stratification of opportunity, and escalating standards for literacy achievement. Ooh. A final section addresses implications for the teaching of writing. See, this is what we're here about. We're teaching writing, but like my whole thing. And once again, I've said this before, but my whole thing is like, why am I doing English? You know, why the fuck am I doing English? Why am I not, you know, like doing videos or some shit, right? Well, I think that teaching English, right? Teaching criticism and analysis, right? This isn't really just a English kind of thing. This is a particular skill set on its own that allows people to be very, you know, analytical when they engage with various pieces of media. And the ability to be critical when engaging with media is something that's very, very important if you're trying to like have people who know how to understand what the news is saying, right? Yeah. Yeah. Sponsorship. Okay. Intuitively, sponsors seemed a fitting term for the figures who turned up most typically in people's memories of literacy learning. Older relatives, teachers, priests, supervisors, military officers, editors, influential authors. Well, I did not mean to do that. But I did it anyway because I could, and I actually didn't want to. Sponsors, as we ordinarily think of them, are powerful figures who bankroll events or smooth the way for initiates. This is actually like really kind of this concept of sponsorship is like really, I don't know if I classify it as like influential, but like it really helped me kind of come to paint a broader picture of what I want my, you know, master's project to be. So like when we think of like sponsorship, right? Sponsorship for a particular literacy. And so this is the whole idea. I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, stagnation is bad, right? Stagnation is bad for, you know, us and our little rat brains that like enjoy nice things, right? We want to play with the fun ball and run on the fun cute wheel and have, you know, nice things to look at, right? And eat little treats, right? You know, That's just what we want to do, right? It's good for us. It's good for us. We enjoy these things, right? Shit. Where the fuck was I going with that? Oh fuck. Fuck me. You know, what am I saying? What is going on with me? Literacies. We're doing literacies, right? Influential to the project. The concept of the sponsor, which is related to the concept of the stream. The stream is about having fun, right? Stagnation is bad for an individual because we need to have fun. Community. Stagnation is bad for a community because that means that the community doesn't have more shit to talk about, right? Bonding between community members, right? We want community members. It's not just about creating a community that worships the creator, right? That's parasocial weirdness. It's about creating a community that will be self-sustaining even when the content creator isn't there anymore. Because ultimately, you're gonna fall off, right? Ultimately, there's gonna be a day when you post your last video. Even if you don't know it, there's gonna be a day when you post your last video. So we want to create communities that are going to go out and continue doing the shit that they do here in other places, right? Continue being, crusty little anarchists who talk about not taking showers in the chat, right? That's what we want to do. That's what we want to do. We want to create that. We want to proliferate that. We do not want stagnation. We want continuation. And that doesn't mean like limitless, endless growth, because that's just not really possible, right? But we want the community to be healthy, a healthy community, okay? A healthy community is an active community, right? So when I'm thinking about sponsors, I'm thinking about the old heads, right? Who is the old head of the community? Who is the person who has been there the longest, knows all the fucking memes? Let's get that person, right? To sit down with all the fucking noobs and be like, dude, look at this cool shit. This is my streamer, right? And I think, one of the things that I, really, really enjoy about the Hasanabi community is Reddit. The Reddit that they have. I don't go on Reddit. I have no idea what the fuck Reddit is, right? I just, every once in a while, I see like some weird thing and it's like on Reddit and I read it and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with these people, right? But Okay Buddy Hassan, the really, really cool thing about Okay Buddy Hassan is that, like, sure, we have like memes, right? Okay. But we have memes that are like baked into other memes that are baked into other memes that are like 20 meters thick of meme, right? That you would have to understand. Like, to understand, you need to watch at least 500 hours of his content. That's not a joke. That's not a joke. That's like real, right? But at the same time, not only is this community an active community, right? This community is growing. It's an active, growing community, right? But this community is fed by, the interaction from the streamer and the community, right? And of course, I say like the streamer's gonna post the last video someday. But at a certain point, Hassan stops looking at Okay Buddy, but memes are still going up. Right? Health of a community. We're moving away from stagnation. We're moving towards continuation. Right? So sponsors are powerful figures who bankroll events or smooth the way for initiates. Right? Right? Isn't that cool? I think it's fucking cool. Usually richer, more knowledgeable, and more entrenched than the sponsored. Sponsors seem more entrenched. More entrenched. They know all the memes. They all know all the fucking memes. Sponsors nevertheless enter a reciprocal relationship with those they underwrite. They lend their resources or credibility to the sponsored, but also stand to gain benefits from their success. When a noob posts a meme, we all win. We all win. Whether by direct repayment or indirectly by credit of association. See, we all win. We all win by credit of association. Y'all be posting the memes, we all win. Be posting the memes. Sponsors also proved an appealing term in my analysis because of all the commercial references that appeared in these 20th century accounts. The magazines, peddled encyclopedias, essay contests, radio and television programs, toys, fan clubs, writing tools, Twitch streamers, and so on, from which so much experience with literacy was derived. As the 20th century turns the abilities to read and write into widely exploitable resources, commercial sponsorship abounded. So commercial sponsorship. Every hour there is a 60-second ad break. Every hour at the top of the hour. I can't do it. I will never be able to do it. I don't think I want to. But anyway, in whatever form, sponsors deliver the ideological freight that must be borne. The ideological freight, you know, the old head knowledge. Give me your old head knowledge that must be borne for access to what they have. Of course, and this is another thing. This is another thing that I think gets at like the core disputes between like literary or video essayists. I just said literary essays, but video essay. I'm gonna take this off. It's heavy. It's bugging me. Anyway, video essayists and Twitch streamers, because I think, you know, again, Twitch streamer is a very new medium. So video essayists, and a lot of the video essayists are like noobs too, but like video essayists, old heads, kind of have this reticence to the, you know, acknowledging the legitimacy of the, you know, the Twitch streamer new heads. And this is one of those things where like God. I'm like reading and I'm like, how is this? Whatever form it must be born for access to what they have. So access to what they have. No, we lost it. The ideological freight. Yeah, the ideological freight. Yeah. Ideological freight. So like, sponsors can be oblivious or too innovative with this ideological burden. I know I lost it. That's annoying. Oh my god, it's been almost an hour. We are going so slow with this. Like, we're on like page 4. Okay, well, we're on page 6 out of 28. Okay. I mean, the case study stuff is not so interesting to me. So that's probably pretty quick. But, yeah. Sponsors deliver the ideological freight that must be borne for access to what they have. No, I do think, okay, so like, it's again, it's the gaslighting, girl blasting, gatekeeping. There is a sort of a weight and esteem that is placed upon the video essay, not just as a work of knowledge, but also as a work of art. If you're gonna take a, you know, 50-minute clip from a streamer and you're going to place that alongside a video essayist, right? Well, can you really say that this piece holds the same value as this other one? It's the same, you know, 50-minute video essayist. God, you know, stop making like 3 fucking hour long video essays. I don't have the time for that anymore. I don't have the time. I'm sorry. I can't even watch them at like double speed anymore. There's just too fucking many. Anyway, where was I? There's this reticence from, you know, saying that the ideological value, you know, the ideological, the value of the ideological components of the video essay are equal to the value of the ideological components of the live stream, and I mean, that's like comparing an oil painting to a photograph. You're working in different mediums. Of course, the art is going to be different. Completely different machines. Completely different technology. Of course, you're gonna have a different thing. So yeah, the ideological freight that must be borne, right? For access to what they have. So we are, you know, people are attempting to safeguard a position itself is not really valued. Like, you mentioned video, like, and this is the thing, I'm always bringing this shit up in class because this is what my actual project is about. So, you know, I do talk about it a lot. But, like, you mentioned a video essayist, like a very popular video essayist to the rest of the people in my class. Like, half of them are looking at me like I'm a fucking crazy person. Like, who the fuck are you talking about? Like, I mentioned, like, who's a big one? ContraPoints in class, and half the people are like, who? And the other half are like, yeah, they were canceled a lot on her. Well, she was canceled a lot on Twitter, wasn't she? I don't know about that. Right? Like, there is among the video essayist community, and I'm not just saying this as a live streamer. I am saying this as a fan, as a content consumer. Among the video essayist community, I believe that there is a misconception that broader academia values video essayists to a certain extent that live streams and other forms of content are not. And I you know, not really. Not really. None of these people know who y'all are. I know who y'all are, but I'm the fucking weirdo. I'm the fucking weirdo who never gets offline, okay? That's where we're at. That's where we're at. And I mean, that's kind of why I feel like I need to be in this space. But that's where we're at, and it's kind of sad. Kind of sad. I wish that more people knew what the fuck's going on, you know, with these wonderful, fascinating forms of media, and like how they really have like interesting potential to do life-changing things. But anyway, let's move on. Of course, the sponsors can be oblivious to or innovative with this ideological burden. Oblivious to. So oblivious to or innovative. I think that's very, and I think that's why we have so much discourse between the live streamers and the video essayists. It's because the ideological burden that video essayists perceive is not really one that is quite perceived by live streamers in the same way that video essayists do. Because once again, we are talking about different mediums, right? We were talking about different mediums. And different mediums involve different discourses, involve different rhetorical choices. That's another one we've been talking about a lot. Different rhetorical choices. The rhetorical choices that you make in a video essay are not the same as the rhetorical choices you make in a live stream. And they are necessarily so because you're dealing with different mediums, different formats, right? Different people. I mean, even when it comes to painting, two people are gonna paint a painting on the exact same subject, but they're gonna paint wildly different paintings because we're dealing with different people who make different rhetorical choices, right? But then you change between mediums that I mean, I think that this project is really showing that these mediums are not really, they don't really they are necessary components to a media space, right? We need to have all of the bases covered. But at the same time, you don't show up as a live streamer and really make a video essay. That's not really the kind of shit that's going on in this space. I mean, I'd like to approximate it to my best ability. Hashtag both sides. That's stupid. But it's not really something that the live streaming space is conducive to. So yeah, it's a fundamental miscommunication over the rhetorical choices that we make on different platforms, right? Like little leaguers who wear the logo of a local insurance agency on their uniforms, not out of concern for enhancing the agency's image, but as means for getting to play ball. People throughout history have acquired literacy pragmatically under the banner of others' causes. So this is You're a socialist, but you run ads on Twitch and you make money. The little leaguers just want to play baseball. The Twitch streamer just wants to do a leftism on the Twitch stream and to as many people as possible, right? Pragmatic, acquiring literacies, the literacy of the 60-second ad break. We're acquiring the literacy pragmatically under the banner of others' causes. So the desire for Amazon to drain you of your every last dollar that you have so that Jeff Bezos can go live on Mars and, terraform Mars. Is that what he wants to do? Does Jeff Bezos want to terraform Mars? Or does he want to mine space? One of them wants to mine space and one of them wants to live on Mars. I don't know which one it is, but they're both dumbasses. Where was it? Enhancing the agency's image. Not out of concern for enhancing the agency's image, but as a means of getting to play ball. Yeah, can you highlight that? Acquired literacy pragmatically under the banners of others' causes. And I mean, this is what you have to do. We read a paper in another class about fugitivity in the in academia, in the university, right? And so basically the idea of fugitivity is there are people who come to learn from universities so that they can integrate and assimilate into the system, right? And then there's people who come to get whatever fucking knowledge they can and hoard it in a one of those tins that your grandma has that has cookies on it, but it's always full of buttons. They just put all the knowledge in there and they put a lid on it and then they take it home and they like give it to the people, right? An attempt to democratize knowledge. Hopefully what I'm gonna do, maybe, I don't know, it's the dream, but anyway, there's people who come in with the plan to like we're gonna shake shit up. And there's people who are like, I'm okay with the status quo as long as I get the money, right? I want to hold the bag. Give me the bag. Just let me hold it for a minute and it'll be fine with me, and you don't have to worry about it. Don't trust those people. Don't trust the people who want to hold the bag. I mean, unless I guess it's you're doing some kind of like crypto gambling scheme, then I guess you do want to trust people to hold the bag. Don't do that though. Don't do crypto gambling schemes. It's really bad and it's not good for people. It's not good for people. Anyway, so sometimes if you want to speak to the most people about the most things, you have to go and acquire literacy pragmatically. You have to be a fugitive in the institution. You have to go in, you get your shit, and then you leave in the dark of the night. In the days before free public schooling in England, Protestant Sunday schools rarely offered basic reading instruction to working class families as part of evangelical duty. To the horror of many in church sponsorship, these families insistently, sometimes riotously, demanded of their Sunday schools more instruction, including in writing and math, because it provided means for upward mobility. Though I would switch upward mobility with class consciousness, but that's just me. Through the sponsorship of Baptist and Methodist ministries, African Americans in slavery taught each other to understand the Bible in subversively liberatory ways. Subversively liberatory ways. Under a conservative regime, they developed forms of critical literacy that sustained religious, educational, and political movements both before and after emancipation. Most of the time, however, literacy takes its shape from the interests of its sponsors, and as we will see below, obligations towards one's sponsors run deep, affecting what, why, and how people read and write. What, why, and how read and write. Okay. The concept of sponsors helps to explain then a range of human relationships and ideological pressures. Remember. Literacies are social, right? Social behavior. You're engaging in social behavior. You are, developing a literacy for it. Even if that is the literacy of the poggers. You know what I'm saying? That turn up at the scenes of literacy learning. from benign sharing between adults and youths to euphemized coercions in schools and what? Euphemized coercions, schools and workplace. What? I don't know. Range of human relationships and ideological pressures. So euphemized coercions in schools and workplaces. What are we talking about here? What is this about? Ideological pressures. So I'm thinking like discipline, like in the Foucauldian sense. You're gonna have to read Foucault on the stream. I don't want to do that. Foucault isn't fun. Foucault is a motherfucker. He's a gnarly motherfucker. The most notorious impositions and deprivations by church and state. Church or state. Oh. It also, fuck. Why did you write this like that? It also is a concept useful for tracking literacy's. What, is this a typo or is this just not a word that I recognize? Let's find out. Moment of truth. Peace and go. Military materials and equipment. The things that accompany. Okay, so material. Literacy's material. Ooh, fancy. The things that accompany writing and reading and the ways they are manufactured and distributed. What? Military materials and equipment. I think they're using this word wrong, but I don't know. The things that accompany writing and reading and the ways they are manufactured and distributed. Sponsorship as a sociological term is even more broadly suggestive for thinking about the economics, but for thinking about economies of literacy development. Studies of patronizing, I don't know. Patronage in Europe and Compradrasco. I don't know. In the Americas show how patron-client relationships in the past grew up around the need to manage scarce resources and promote political stability. Selling your feet pics on Patreon, it promotes political stability. So all of those people out there who are like selling their feet pics on Patreon are actually doing way more for the world than like anyone else. That's a really bad joke that I know every time I see like I said, I've read this before, right? And I see this and I just think about Patreon and I think about how people used to like, you know, before the internet turned into unrelenting hell and, you know, porn was banned off of Tumblr, you know, there used to be people doing sex work on Patreon. Anyway, that's just my silly thing. Pragmatic, instrumental, ambivalent, patron-client relationship integrated otherwise antagonistic social classes into relationships of mutual, albeit unequal, dependencies. Okay. Yeah. Loaning land, money, protection, and other favors allowed the politically powerful to extend their influence and justify their exploitation of clients. Justify their exploitation. Clients traded their labor and deference for access to opportunities for themselves or their children and for leverage needed to improve their social standing. Class mobility. But you know, in the end, you know, let's just, you know, let's just be real here. Let's just be real here, what about, you know, class mobility has, like, where's the lie? What about class mobility has changed over time? You know, where's the lie? Where's the lie? I don't know. Especially under conquest in Latin America. Compradrozgo? Compradrozgo. I'm not saying that right. I don't know. Let's find out. I don't like it. My mouth is not moving certain ways, and this is one of the ways when it doesn't move. Okay. This one says Compadrozgo. This one says Compadrozgo. What? I think they spelled that wrong. Peace. Let's go. Okay, so here it says it's co-parenting in Guam. This is I was right. Guam is not in Latin America. I was like pretty sure, but I'm American and Americans are not very good with geography, so I just had to make sure. And Guam is not in Latin America. So if Compadrozgo, we're getting results for Compadrozgo in Guam, and we're getting results for Compadrozgo in Latin America. So this is a typo. We're gonna highlight this, and we're gonna highlight it in yellow because that's alarming. Reintegrated native societies badly fragmented by the diseases and other disruptions that followed foreign invasions. At the same time, the system was susceptible to its own stresses, especially when patrons became clients themselves as still more centralized or distant overlords, with all the shifts in loyalty and perspective that entailed. Okay. In raising this association with formal, you know, okay. Feudal society. We're talking about feudal societies. Not like feudal societies, but like feudal relationships within a society. Yeah, I think that's a feudal power structure. I mean, not exactly, not specifically, but it's the same vibe, right? The same vibe. So, in raising this association with formal systems of patronage, I do not wish to overlook the very different economic, political, and education systems within which U.S. literacy has developed, but where we find sponsoring of literacy, it will be useful to look for its function within larger political and economic arenas. And if where we find the sponsoring of literacy, that literacy is being, undersponsored, maybe that's because of larger political and economic arenas. Anyway, literacy, like land, is a value commodity in this economy, a key resource in gaining profit and edge. This value helps to explain, of course, the lengths people will go to secure literacy for themselves. Oh my god, we're only 7 pages in. Or their children. But it also explains why powerful work so persistently to conscript and ration the powers of literacy. Why do you have to pay so many goddamn student loans when you go to university in the US? To conscript and ration the powers of literacy. Oh yeah. The competition to harness literacy, to manage, measure, teach, and exploit it has intensified throughout the century. It is vital to pay attention to this development because it largely sets the terms for individuals' encounters with literacy. This competition shapes the incentives and barriers, including uneven distributions of opportunity. opportunity that greet literacy learners in any particular time and place. It is this competition that has made access to the right kinds of literacy sponsors so crucial for political and economic well-being. And it has also why do you keep doing that to me? I hate that. It's not wrong. It's hard to read. It's hard to read. Right? Writing that is easy for me to read. Please, God, I can't read very well out loud, and it's painful. And it has also spurred the rapid, complex changes that now make the pursuit of literacy feel so turbulent and precarious for so many. So turbulent and precarious. Does it really feel so turbulent and precarious? I mean, I think, people always feel turbulent and precarious. I think that's just like the normal feeling. But then we like to act like this is the first time things have ever felt turbulent and precarious because, something about novelty. But I think things always feel pretty turbulent and precarious. There's always some dude out there standing a barrel on the side of the road screaming that it's the end of days. We're not any special. In the next 3 sections, I trace the dynamics of literacy sponsorship through the life experience of several individuals, showing how their opportunities for literacy learning emerge out of the jockeying and skirmishing for economic and political advantage going on among sponsors of literacy. Along the way, the analysis addresses 3 key issues. How, despite ostensible democracy and educational chance, despite ostensible democracy and educational chances, this is the 80s. This is the 80s. Oh boy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let me see if I can find it. Just 1 minute. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, ostensible democracy. We know that's not true. We know that schools today are, I believe it's either just as or more segregated than schools were when segregation was literally like, a thing, right? And we know that because of the history of redlining, and we know that because of this history of redlining, because of this segregation, because of the tie of school funding to property taxes, and the property taxes of a neighborhood going to fund the schools, right? We know that there is not very much democracy, even ostensible democracy, in educational chances. It's just not there. It's just not. There is no. How, despite ostensible democracy and educational chances, this stratification of opportunity continues to organize access and reward in literacy learning because we do not have democracy. You can say ostensible all you want, but that doesn't change things. How sponsors contribute to what is called the literacy crisis, that is the perceived gap between rising standards for achievement and people's ability to meet them. And so this is written in the 80s. So this is before standardized testing, I believe. No Child Left Behind was a 90s thing I want to say. Look it up. No child left behind. Oh no, wait, that's 2000. 2000? 2001. Shit. That's the year my sister was born. So yeah. The perceived gap between rising standards for achievement and people's ability to meet them. So that is in direct relation to standardized testing today, and teaching for the test rather than teaching. I mean, literacy of standardized testing is its own literacy, I guess. So like if you're really literate in test taking, I guess, no, that's bad actually. That's really bad. That's really bad. Really, it's really, really bad to have a many generations of children or young people who are growing into adulthood who are literate or only literate in filling out a sheet of bubbles. That's not good. That's bad. That's a bad thing. That's a bad thing. And that's another part of the project is like, we're back to the media analysis, media criticism, media literacy, where teaching for the test, just memorizing facts, is not the same as possessing knowledge. You can memorize all the goddamn facts in the world. That doesn't mean you have more than two halves of a brain cell rubbed together, right? Knowing what to do with those facts, knowing what kind of analysis you can make with those facts, right? Knowing how those facts are interwoven and interconnected. I took not undergrad, what the fuck is it called? Community college. One of my first semesters, and they're like, take this history class, and I was like, okay, I'll take the history class. And it's like American history, and the guy's like, I don't want you to memorize a bunch of shit-ass facts. I want you to have I want you to be able to generally suss out the vibes of the history. And I was like, holy shit, dude, what the fuck? Mind exploding everywhere. I'm like, what the fuck? I've never encountered this kind of teaching. I was, used to high school, the teacher's like, tell me this historical fact, and I raised my hand, and I'm like, this is this historical fact, and then this dude's like, I just want you to suss out the vibes. What the fuck? That's cool as shit. Anyway, we did a lot of good work in that class. That was a good class. He was kind of a weirdo though. I think all the best teachers are. Anyway, how encounters with literacy sponsors, especially as they are configured at the end of the 20th century, can be sites for the innovative rerouting of resources into projects on self-development and social change. Yeah, this is my shit. This is my shit here, right? Literacy sponsors, so streamers, video essays, configured at the end of the 20th century. So that'd be, online, live, almost 24/7, You can go on Twitch at any time. You can find probably some kind of leftist doing some kind of goddamn thing online. You could go on the fucking YouTube. You could find some kind of leftist doing some goddamn thing online. There's just fucking everything everywhere. Everybody's doing it all the time. I got actually, I managed to cut it down drastically, but I had the end of the summer. I had that crazy streaming schedule when I was streaming 8 hours a fucking day and I was not watching any of the things on my playlist at all. I had 500 goddamn 500 long damn playlist backlog of shit I had to watch, right? There's constant content, too much content. Cut back the content, less content. Actually, don't do that, because there's so much fucking content out there. Somebody's gonna watch that shit. It's gonna be a good thing for them. But anyway, so sites for the innovative rerouting, remember fugitivity, innovative rerouting of resources into projects of self-development and social change. So remember, innovative rerouting. We're doing fugitivity. We're going in. We're getting the shit. We're running away in the dark night. We're giving it to the people, right? Innovative rerouting of resources. So that'd be the resources of the university into projects, Twitch streams, video essays, on self-development and social change. That's just what it is. That we're doing the self-development, we're doing the social change. Yeah? Yeah. Hell yeah. Sponsorship and access. This is so much fun. This is good. I really liked this one. I really like this one. I have a lot to say about this shit. A focus on sponsorship can force a more explicit and substantive link. Substantive. Oh, that's a hard one. Link between literacy, learning, and system. I learned to read phonetically. So like those like hooked on phonics books, they're like hop on cat. I was gonna say hop on pop, but that's Dr. Seuss, I think. Hop on cat. Cat is pat. You know, you pat the cat, right? So I tend substantive, right? I like I'm seeing all of these goddamn vowels and consonants, and I'm hearing the sounds that they're supposed to make. But I also know that there is a way that I would say this word if I was not reading it, but I also can't say it that way because I'm reading it. Between literacy, learning, and systems of opportunity and access. A statistical correlation between high literacy achievement and high socioeconomic. That's the one. When it's economic and economy, and I see them, and I try to read economy like economy. You know, it's economy, but I try to read economy. I don't know. I think that's because of the phonics. It's the phonics thing. Majority race status routinely shows up in the results of national tests of reading and writing performance. What? Statistical correlation between high literacy achievement and high socioeconomic majority race status. Okay, so they mean rich white people. Rich white people read a lot. Routinely shows up in the results of national tests of reading and writing performance. These findings capture, yet in their shorthand way, obscure these findings capture. They capture it, but they also obscure the unequal conditions of literacy sponsorship that lie behind differential outcomes in academic performance. The unequal conditions. Remember what that is. What that is. I'm not going to remind you what that is. You just got to remember it. I'm not here to feed you. I'm here to give you food so you can feed yourself. I say, just because I don't want to repeat the thing I just said when we still have more than 10 pages left. Of literacy sponsorship that lie behind differential outcomes in academic performance throughout their lives. Affluent people from high-caste racial groups have multiple redundant contacts with powerful literacy sponsors as a routine part of their economic and political privileges. Libraries are for... I mean, let's be real. Libraries are for poor people. But, you know who spends a lot of time in libraries? People who can afford to have their parents drive them to the library. That was kind of stupid, but at the same time, you know, part of being able to use the library is getting there. So anyway, poor people and those from low caste racial groups have less. This is. Oh boy. I'm gonna highlight that. I'm gonna do yellow. I'm gonna do a little yellow there because like I get what this person is trying to say. I get what the author is trying to say. But at the same time, I I do not like that phrasing. I do not like that phrasing. Say what you mean, buddy. Say what the fuck you mean. Say what you fucking mean. Like, why don't you want to say what you fucking mean? We are talking around the issue instead of talking through the issue. And this is driving me fucking crazy. Like, why are we beating around the bush here? Just say what you fucking mean. Less consistent, less politically secured access to literacy sponsors, especially to the ones that can grease their way to academic and economic success. Differences in performances are often attributed to family background, namely education or income of parents, or the particular norms and values operating within different ethnic groups or social classes. We've heard that one, haven't we? We know what that means. We know what that fucking means. I don't know why you want to like beat around the bush and pretend that we don't know what that means, but we know, But in either case, much more is usually at work. Exactly. 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 That's what I'm saying. As a study in contrast in sponsorship patterns and access to literacy, consider the parallel experiences of Raymond Branch and Dora Lopez, both of whom were born in 1969 and as young children moved with their parents to the same mid-sized university town in the Midwest. Both were still residing in this town at the time of our interviews in 1995. Okay, so this is not in the 80s. This is in the 90s. Why did it say it was in the 80s? What the fuck? Raymond Branch, a European American, had been born in Southern Carolina. What the fuck is wrong with me? Southern California. The son of a professor father and a real estate executive mother, he recalled that his first grade classroom in 1975 was hooked up to a mainframe computer at Stanford University. And that as a youngster, he enjoyed fooling around with computer programming in the company of real users at his father's science lab. This process was not interrupted much when in the late 1970s his family moved to the Midwest. Raymond received his first personal computer as a Christmas present from his parents when he was 12 years old and a modem the day after that. This is Hacker. This is the plot of Hacker. Or is it Hackers? I think it's Hackers. It's a good ass movie. I need to watch that movie again. In the 1980s, computer hardware and software stores began popping up within a bicycle ride's distance from where he lived. The stores were serving the university community, increasingly the high-tech industries that were becoming established in the vicinity. As an adolescent, Raymond spent his summers roaming these stores, sampling new computer games, making contact with founders of some of the first electronic bulletin boards in the nation, and continuing through reading and other informal means to develop his programming techniques. Whenever they talk about like really early internet use, I'm just like, it just kind of like blows my fucking mind. Like electronic bulletin boards. Do you mean like a blog? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. Just saying like very, very early Twitter. But it's like, it looks like instead of like looking like, like format, instead of looking like Twitter, it looks like Fallout. Like a Fallout computer. Just like a blinking cursor. And then all of a sudden, this like it starts like typing, and those are like the tweets coming in, and then the tweets come like down, and they're like just typing, and then you like type your tweet in, and it goes into the thing, and it like goes down, and then you can like scroll up, with the keys or whatever, or not scroll up, but like point up with the keys and like down with the keys to like see the rest of like the tweet thread or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's funny. It's funny reading about people from like the 90s talking about like early internet use, because I think as a kid from the 90s, I think about the 90s as like the early internet, right? So yeah, it's really funny. At the time of our interview, he had graduated from the local university and was a successful freelance writer of software and software documentation with clients in both the private sector and the university community. Dora Lopez, a Mexican-American, was born the same year as Raymond Branch, 1969, in a Texas border town where her grandparents, who worked as farm laborers, lived most of the year. When Dora was still a baby, her family moved to the same Midwest university town as had the family of Raymond Branch. Her father pursued an accounting degree at a local technical college and found work as a shipping and receiving clerk at the university. Her mother, who also attended technical college briefly, worked part-time in a bookstore. In the early 1970s, when the Lopez family made its move to the Midwest, the Mexican-American population of the university town was barely 1%. Dora recalled that the family had to drive 70 miles to a big city to find not only suitable groceries. Jesus Christ! 70 miles for groceries? What the fuck? I gotta erase this because it's not perfectly centered on the text, and I need it to be. Anyway, that's fucking nuts. I drive 15 miles. I drive 15 miles to the Winco. I think it's 15 miles. It might be a little closer to 20 to get to the Winco. But there's a Safeway in town. So, I could go to the Safeway. 70 goddamn miles. That's What is that? That's like if I was to drive up the coast, like the next major city up the coast. God damn. To find not only suitable groceries, but also Spanish language newspapers and magazines that carried information of concern and interest to them. Of concern and interest. Right? Literacies, right? Literacy. Many literacies. Only when reception was good could they catch Spanish language radio programs coming from Chicago 150 miles away. During her adolescence, Dora Lopez undertook to teach herself how to read and write in Spanish, something she said that neither her brother nor her US-born cousins knew how to do. Sometimes with the help of her mother's employee discount at the bookstore, she sought out novels by South American and Mexican writers, and she practiced her written Spanish by corresponding with relatives. I mean, V and B are very similar. In Colombia, she was exposed to computers for the first time at the age of 13 when she worked as a teacher's aide in a federally funded summer school program for the children of migrant workers. The computers were being used to help the children to be brought up to grade level in their reading and writing skills. When Dora was admitted to the same university that Raymond Branch attended, her father bought her a used word processing machine that a student had advertised for sale on a bulletin board in the building where Mr. Lopez worked. Bulletin boards are like thing of the past. I'm just like thinking like to all of the bulletin boards I've seen lately, and it's all just like what a crap. I don't know. Anyway, at the time of our interview, Dora Lopez had transferred from the university to a technical college. Like, you're not gonna, like, I think now, like, people just go to, like, Craigslist. Like, if you have something to sell, you're gonna go to Craigslist. You don't really put it on a bulletin board. To a technical college, she was working for a cleaning company where she performed extra duties as a translator, communicating on her supervisor's behalf with the largely Latina cleaning staff. I write in Spanish for him what he needs to be translated, like job duties, what he expects them to do. I write lists for him in English and Spanish, she explained. I mean, it's like I said, this half is not. You know, let's hold on. Can I?
In Raymond Branch's account of his early literacy learning, we are able to see behind the scenes of his majority race membership, male gender, and high-end socioeconomic family profile. There lies a thick and, to him, relatively accessible economy of institutional and commercial supports that cultivated and subsidized his acquisition of a powerful form of literacy. One might be tempted to say that Raymond Branch was born at the right time and lived in the right place, except that the experience of Dora Lopez troubles that thought. For Raymond Branch, a university town in the 1970s and 1980s provided an information-rich, resource-rich learning environment in which to pursue his literacy development, but for Dora Lopez, a female member of a culturally unsubsidized ethnic minority, the same town at the same time was information and resource poor. Interestingly, both young people were pursuing projects of self-initiated learning, Raymond Branch in computer programming and Dora Lopez in biliteracy. But she had to reach much further afield for the material and communicative systems needed to support her learning. Also, while Raymond Branch, as the son of an academic, was sponsored by some of the most powerful agents of the university, its laboratories, newest technologies, and most educated personnel, Dora Lopez was being sponsored by what her parents could pull from the peripheral service systems of the university, the mailroom, the bookstore, the second-hand technology market. In these accounts we also can see how the development and eventual...
Oh, the peripheral service systems of the university. So remember, fugitivity. That's back to that point I made earlier about fugitivity in the university, right? We're going in and we're sneaking off in the night with whatever
eventual economic worth of Raymond Branch's literacy skills were underwritten by late-century transformations in communication technology that created a boomtown need for programmers. 9. And software writers. Dora Lopez's illiterate skills developed and paid off much further down the economic reward ladder, in government-sponsored youth programs and commercial enterprises that, in the 1990s, were absorbing surplus migrant workers into a low-wage, urban service economy. 6 Tracking patterns of literacy sponsorship, then, gets beyond SES shorthand to expose more fully how unequal literacy chances relate to systems of unequal subsidy and reward for literacy. These are the systems that deliver large-scale economic, historical, and political conditions to the scenes of small-scale literacy use and development. This analysis of sponsorship forces us to consider not merely how one social group's literacy practices may differ from another's, but how everybody's literacy practices are operating in differential economies, which supply different access routes, different degrees of sponsoring power, and different scales of monetary worth to the practices in use. In fact, the interviews I conducted are filled with examples of how...
Okay, I was going to be like, I'm going to take a short break while this is reading. But then we got to something interesting. So, how one social group's literacy practices may differ from another's. So, many different types of literacies, right? Um, but also how everybody's literacy practices are operating in different differential economies, which supply different access routes, different degrees of sponsoring power, and different scales of monetary worth to the practices in use. So if you're literate in computer programming, you're gonna, maybe not anymore. Computer programming is kind of like, the market of the programmer is kind of becoming uh oversaturated. But at the same time, it, that kind of, you know literacy is probably, there's other types of work. There's like, what am I doing? Just get like, I get so distracted. Like, I don't have like a one track kind of brain. I have like a 10-track kind of brain. And so, like, as I'm talking, I just think of all of the other little details that are attached to the thing that I'm talking about. And then sometimes, like, the loudest one is like some stupid bullshit that isn't really related and that, like, nobody actually cares about. But I'm like, I think that it's important to suss out this point. And it's not important. Nobody cares. But I still feel like, it's important somehow. And it's like, why is that important? It's not. But anyway, so yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, computer programming generally makes more money than, you know, speaking, being bilingual. Yeah. Um, I think that's like a generality that I could, you know, reasonable justification make. You know, Anyway, so different scales of monetary worth to the practices in youth, or in use, in use. Going to the university and getting an education provides a different scale of monetary worth. I mean, potentially there's, some people who get a PhD and still end up working at like Starbucks or Walmart or Target or some shit. So who the fuck knows? But anyway, different scale of monetary worth sometimes, maybe, generally. College professor. Maybe if you get tenured. Mm. I think about going back to teaching in an actual institution, and just makes me kind of die a little bit inside. Not something I want to do. It's not something I want. Anyway, it the knowledge that I get here is going to come with a credential, right? Or a degree, not a credential, a degree, fancy degree, and like a little like scarf thing they flop on you like a dead fish. Um, the education that I bring, which is, like this, it's the same exact fucking paper that I'm reading that you're reading. This don't come with a fish the fish scarf they slap on your shoulders. You don't get shit. And that's not to say that it's not valuable, right? Knowledge is still valuable in all of its forms, but the knowledge that value provides, right, depends on the different degrees of sponsoring power. I don't have institutional power. The institution I'm attending does, right? The institution I'm attending has the institutional power because it's a university of. Well, no, it's not anymore. They got a funny change now. So I do not have institutional power. If I did, you would all get wet fish. Yeah, or floppy fish. Fish scarf slap on you. If you go for the PhD, you get a fancy hat, and I really want that fancy hat. Anyway, in fact, the interviews I conducted are filled with examples of how economic and political forces, some of them originating in quite distant corporate and government policies, affect people's day to day ability to seek out and practice literacy. Quite distant corporate and government policies. As a telephone company employee, Janelle Hampton enjoyed a brief period in the early 1980s as a fraud investigator, pursuing inquiries. That's what my grandpa did at the bank. And writing up reports on her efforts. But when the breakup of the telephone utility reorganized its workforce, the fraud division was moved 2 states away, and she was returned to less interesting work as a data processor. When, as a 7-year-old in the mid 1970s, Yi Vong made his way with his family from Laos to rural Wisconsin as part. I like it how I had more trouble pronouncing Wisconsin than Laos. I guess my stepmom is from Cambodia, so maybe that's a good thing. As part of the first resettlement group of Hmong refugees after the Vietnam War, his school district, which had no ESL programming, placed him in a school for the blind and deaf, the deaf, the blind and deaf. Oh God, I'm sorry. The blind and deaf, where I have a problem with because my teeth are fucked up. Where he learned English on audio and visual language machines. I highlight as I go, but then I end up highlighting such a giant block of text that it's just like, what's the point even? I mean, it helps me keep track of where I am. When a meager retirement pension forced Peter Hardaway, and his wife out of their house and into a trailer, the couple stopped receiving newspapers and magazines in order to avoid cluttering up the small space they had to share. An analysis of sponsorship systems of literacy would help educators everywhere to think through the effects that economic. That's what happens to me when I have like really bad leg pain at the end of the day, and I have to decide whether whether taking 2 more ibuprofen is worth the potential future damage to my liver. However else ibuprofen fucks up, I guess you're like your stomach lining, maybe, I don't know. And I'm like, well, I had 2 ibuprofen last Thursday. Maybe I'll be fine. Economics. that's a, that's a hell of a disabilities studies joke, isn't it? Anyway, economics. Analysis of sponsorship systems through the efforts of economic and political changes in their regions are having on various people's ability to write and read, their chances to sustain that ability, and their capacities to pass it along to others. Remember, capacity to pass it along to others. We pass things along to others, even when we're not trying to. Recession, relocation, immigration, technological change, government retreat, all do condition the course by which literate potential develops. Okay, so I actually do need to take a quick break. So,
Sponsorship and the rise in literacy standards. As I have been attempting to argue, literacy as a resource becomes available to ordinary people largely through the mediations of more powerful sponsors. These sponsors are engaged in ceaseless processes of positioning.
I have her up pretty loud. Only be a minute.
Positioning and repositioning, seizing and relinquishing control over meanings and materials of literacy as part of their participation in economic and political competition. In the give and take of these struggles, forms of literacy and literacy learning take shape. This section examines more closely how forms of literacy are created out of competitions between institutions. It especially considers how this process relates to the rapid rise in literacy standards since World War II. Resnick and Resnick, 1977, lay out the process by which the demand for literacy achievement has been escalating, from basic, largely rote competence to more complex analytical and interpretive skills. More and more people are now being expected to accomplish more and more things with reading and writing. As print and its spin-offs have entered virtually every sphere of life, people have grown increasingly dependent on their literacy skills for earning a living and exercising and protecting their civil rights. This section uses one extended case example to trace the role of institutional sponsorship in raising the literacy stakes. It also considers how one man used available forms of sponsorship to cope with this escalation in literacy demands. The focus is on Dwayne Lowry, whose transition in the early 1970s from line worker in an automobile manufacturing plant to field representative for a major public employees union exemplified the major transition of the post-World War II economy from a thing-making.
I did not unmute. Anyway, I'm back. So, how forms of literacy are created out of competitions between institutions. Ooh. Competitions between institutions. The institution. You know where this is going. The institution of the video essayist versus the institution of the live streamer. Hopefully we'll be able to find some useful connections. And that's always the dream. That's always the dream. It's not about. There are people out there who are gonna be like, it's all about figuring out exactly what the author means and internalizing what the author is saying to you. And I don't think that's particularly useful or a good way to go about these things. Once again, we are thieves in the night. We are fugitives. We come in, we get what we need, we take it out. Okay? Do a little fugitiving. Anyway, demand for literacy achievement has been escalating to more complex and analytical and interpretive skills. This is what I'm talking about. This is my shit. More and more people are being expected to accomplish more and more things with reading and writing. Print spin-offs, every sphere of life, people are dependent on their literacy skills, protecting their civil rights. Well, exercising. Eggs are sides for. It was a shirt. It was a shirt. Oh, God. Anyway, this section uses one extended case example to trace the role of institutional sponsorship in raising the literacy stakes. I mean, I think the literacy stakes, institutional sponsorship in raising, I think literacy stakes are, they've always been pretty high. You know, educated proletariat is a revolutionary proletariat. What can I tell you? I don't know what else to tell you. I also considers how one man used available forms of sponsorship to cope with this. Oh boy, I almost said the worst word there. With this escalation in literacy demands. Oh boy, I got a little bit of a brainworm, I think. The focus is on Dwayne Lowry, who was transitioned in the early 1970s from line worker in an automobile manufacturing plant to a field representative for a major public employees union, exemplified the major transition of the post-World War II economy from thing swapping society to an information making service swapping society. Service industry. Service industry. That's not what they're talking about, but that's what I heard. Once again, sometimes it's important to remember, right? It's important to remember that when we think about literacies, we have multiple literacies, right? We have multiple connections to the things that we are reading. There's not just like a one-to-one. Remember, we are translingual, right? There's not just like a one-to-one where um what is it, rewards and consequences mean the same exact goddamn thing, right? No, it's many different things. These things can mean many different things to many different people in many different ways, right? So when I hear service swapping society, I'm like, thing making, thing swapping, right? We're making shit, to information making and service swapping. So like, we all got a blog and that's how we make money, but also some of us uh drive Ubers. Gig economy shit. It's gig economy shit. It's gig economy shit. Thing making, thing swapping to gig economy shit. Can I like actually, what I want to do? Anyway, in the process, Dwayne Lowry had to learn. This is why so many people got bullshit jobs, by the way. Anyway, Dwayne Lowry had to learn to read and write in ways that he had never done before. How his experiences with writing, now I'm like thinking, like, just like thinking back on like 10-year-old me, like maybe younger than 10, like, kindergarten. What age was I? Like 5-year-old me. 4 or 5-year-old me reading out loud to my mom, I sound exactly the same as 4 or 5 year old me. Like, we have all the same problems with the same damn words. But anyway, learned to read and write in ways he had never done before. How his experiences with writing developed and how they were sponsored and distressed by institutional struggle will unfold in the following narrative. A man of Eastern European ancestry, Dwayne Lowry was born in 1938 and raised in a semi-rural area in the upper Midwest, the third of 5 children of a rubber worker father and a homemaker mother. Can we just all of these things are about people living in the Midwest. Okay, most of the people in America live on the fucking coast. Let's talk about people living on the fucking coast. There's this weird undercurrent of romanticizing Americans living in the Midwest as real Americans. And it's really weird. It's really weird. Shut up. I enjoy a shit ass dirt ass road in the middle of fucking nowhere town just as much as the next motherfucker. But let's be real. Most of the people live in the fucking cities on the coast. That's just how it is. It is what it is. Third of 5 children of a rubber worker father and a homemaker mother. Oh. Lowry recalled how, in his childhood home, his father's feisty union publications and left leaning newspapers and radio shows helped create a political climate in his household. I was 16 years old before I knew that. I was 16 years old before I knew that goddamn Republicans was 2 words. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that. That's a good one. He said, despite this influence, Lowry said he shunned politics and newspaper reading as a young person, except to read the sports page. A different student, he graduated. A diffident. A diffident. A diffident? What the fuck? Let's Google it. You know what you don't do in a video essay? You don't Google things. Modest or shy because of lack of self-confidence. Okay. A diffident student, he graduated near the bottom of his class from a small high school in 1956, and after a stint in the army, went to work on the assembly line of a major automobile manufacturer. In the late 1960s, bored with the repetition of R's. I can't say R's. Why can't I say R's? Spraying primer paint on the right door checks of 57 cars an hour, Lowry traded in his night shift at the auto plant for a day job reading water meters in a municipal. Some goddamn motherfucker in some shit ass Honda Civic just his way down the goddamn highway. Don't you feel like a big man right now? Oh my god, it's like you're directly out of a Fast and Furious. Jesus Christ. Anyway, traded in his night shift at the auto plant for a day job reading water meters in a municipal utility department. It was at that time, Lowry recalled, that he rediscovered newspapers, reading them in the early morning in his department's break room. He said, at the time, I guess I got a little more interested in the state of things within the state. I started to get a little political at that time and got a little more information about the local people. So I would buy a metropolitan paper and I would read that paper in the morning. It was a pretty conservative paper, but I got some information. Oh. At about the same time, Lowry became active in a rapidly growing public employees union, and in the early 1970s, he applied for and received a union-sponsored grant that allowed him to take off 4 months of work and travel to Washington, D.C. for training in union activity. Here is his extended account of the experience. When I got to school, then there was a lot of reading. What? When I got to school, then there was a lot of reading. I often felt bad. If I had read more as a high school student, it wouldn't have been so tough, but they pumped a lot of stuff at us to read. We lived in a hotel and we had to do some extent homework. We had to do some reading and we had some extent homework we had to do and reading we had to do and not make written reports but make some presentation. and not make written reports, but make some presentation on our part of it. What they were trying to teach us, I believe, was regulation systems laws. In case anything in court came up along the way, we would know that. We did a lot of work on organizing, learning how to negotiate contracts, contractual language, how to write it, gross national product, how that affected the consumer price index. It was pretty much a crash course. It was pretty much crammed in. And I'm not sure we were all that well prepared when we got done, but it was interesting. Jesus Christ. After a hands on experience organizing sanitation workers in the West, Lowry returned home and was offered a full time job as a field staff representative for the union, handling worker grievances and contract negotiations for a large active local near his state capital. I don't know. His initial writing and rhetorical activities corresponded with the heady days of the early 1970s when the union was growing in strength and influence, reflecting in part the exponential expansion of information workers and service providers within all in part the exponential expansion in information worker. Oh, okay, information workers. See, it's information workers. It's two words, but it's one word. And service providers within all branches of government. With practice, Lowry said he became good at talking, good at presenting the union side, good at slicing chunks off the employer's case. Ooh, 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 ooh. Lowry observed that in those years, the elected officials with whom he was negotiating often lacked the sophistication of their Washington trained union counterparts. They were part time people, he said, and they didn't know how to calculate. We got things in contracts that didn't cost them much at the time, but were going to cost them a ton down the road. In time, though, even small municipal and county governments responded to the public employees' growing power by hiring specialized attorneys, motherfuckers, to present them in grievance and contract negotiations. Pretty soon, Lowry observed, 90% of the people I was dealing with across the table were attorneys. Motherfuckers. This move brought dramatic changes in the writing practices of union reps and, in Lowry's estimation, a simultaneous waning of the power of the workers and the power of his own literacy. Can I get a motherfucker? It used to be we got our way through muscle or through political connections, he said. Now we had to get it through legalistic stuff. It was no longer just sit down and talk about it. Can we make a deal? Instead, all this activity became rendered in writing: the exhibit, the brief, the transcript, the letter, the appeal. Because briefs took longer to write, the wheels of justice took longer to turn. Oh. You know what I'm saying? I like it. Delays in grievance hearings became routine as lawyers and union reps alike asked hearing judges for extensions on their briefs. Things went, in Lowry's words, from quick, competent justice to expensive long term justice. And the best way to gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss justice is to have it be expensive and long term. Because you know who doesn't have money to have time? Poor people. Yep. There we go. There we go. Okay, fine though. I'm tired. I'm getting tired. It's only 8 o'clock. And I've been going for like 2 hours, so it's a little bit rough. Anyway, page 12. Wake up. 14 out of 28. We're like halfway through. In the meantime, Lowry began spending up to 70 hours. Wait, we got the citations. Began spending up to 70 hours a week at work, sweating over the writing of briefs, which are typically 15 to 30 page documents. Oh my god. Laying out precedents, arguments, and evidence for a grievance case. These documents were being forced by the new political economy in which Lowry's union was operating, he explained. When employers were represented by an attorney, you were going to have a written brief because the attorney needs to get paid. Well, what do you think if you were a union grievant and the attorney says, well, I'm going to write a brief, and Dwayne Lowry says, well, I'm not going to? Does the worker sometimes feel that their representation is less now? To keep up with the new demands, Lowry occasionally traveled to major cities for 2 or 3 day union sponsored workshops on arbitration, bleh, new legalization, and communication skills. He also took short courses at an historic school for workers at a nearby university. His writing instruction consisted mainly of reading briefs of other field reps. I wonder if like an original like photocopy of this paper was taken and like put through some kind of scanner, and that's why we get some of the typos. Especially those done by college graduates who increasingly were being assigned to his district from Union headquarters. Lowry said he kept a file drawer filled with other people's briefs from which he would borrow formats and phrasings. At that time of our interview in 1995, Dwayne Lowry had just taken early and somewhat bitter retirement from the unit, replaced by a recent graduate from a master's degree program in industrial relations. In industrial relations, specialization. As technologies change, and remember, technologies are not just like computers, right? Technologies are anything that humans create. So, right, lawyering is a technology. So, as technology changes, right? Like with the printing press, um, discourses change, literacies change. So, where before some dude who took a crash course in this shit and who was willing to learn along the way could handle it, now we have people who have incredibly specializations, and then that's people who do that. At the same pay grade, if not lower. You know. Yeah, yeah. As a retiree, he was engaged in local Democratic Party politics and was getting informal lessons in word processing at home from his wife. 1995. Lessons in word processing. Over a 20-year period, Lowry's adult writing took its character from a particular juncture in labor relations when even small units of government began wielding, and as a consequence began spreading. See, that's what we're talking about. A legalistic form of literacy in order to restore political dominance over public workers. Ooh, ooh, ooh. This struggle for dominance shaped the kinds of literacy skills required of Lowry, the kinds of genres he learned and used. Actually, no, I do want to take a moment to like talk about this because I think that this is important because it's like I think people think we do the communist revolution and then things change for the better and like everything's good, but the thing is that like we're that's not really how that works, right? I mean, sure, like the whole revolution thing is great. It's a long term goals. We have long term goals and short term goals. But right now, we need to learn the literacies. Um, the literacies that are most useful to us in you know, restoring political dominance over politicians and capital owners to workers. You know, um, dominating the owners rather than the owners dominating the workers. And in order to do that, we need to learn, you know, certain literacies. And the thing is, once a mass of people begin to learn those literacies, then those literacies are either restricted, as they were with student loans, or they're changed as they are here with they changed from whatever the fuck it was before, legalistic literacies, right? So it's not we learn a literacy, we master the skill of leftism, and we move on, and that's it, right? No, it's there are many different literacies involved in this, and we need to avoid the stagnation of complacency, and we need to be ever expanding, ever growing in our literacies, in our capabilities. So what does that mean? How do we apply that? Video essays need to learn how to live stream. That's not actually my conclusion. That's not actually my conclusion. That was the joke. That was not actually my conclusion. Um, but I do think, and I know that like a fair amount of live streamers already watch video essays. That's like why we're here. But I do think that video essayists do need to watch more live streams and come to understand these formats better. And I think that it is their very cursory knowledge, very limited knowledge and perception of like just the vibes maybe. Um that kind of limits them in understanding the live stream as a form of valid discourse and contribution to the left, online left particularly. And that's not to say that, like, when I do say the online left, I'm talking about the particular discourse communities of the online left, right? Um, yeah, it's another like peripheral thing. We don't need to worry about it. Anyway, this struggle for dominance shaped the kinds of literacy skills required of Lower, the kinds of genres he learned and used, the kinds of literate identity he developed. This is also, it's also a matter of identity. Lowery's rank and file experience and his talent for representing that experience around a bargaining table became increasingly peripheral to his ability to prepare documents that could compete in kind with those written by his formally educated professional adversaries. I think we should read that again for emphasis. Lowery's rank and file experience and his talents for representing that experience versus his ability to prepare documents that could compete in kind with those written by his adversaries. Right? These are both skills. These are both skills that are necessary in this work, right? Face to face meetings became occasions mostly for a ritualistic exchange of text, as arbitrators generally deferred decisions, reaching them in private after solitary deliberation over complex sets of documents. Oh, also, we can even tie this back into alienation, which is like something that I'm always like talking about, right? So, the talent for representing the experience around a bargaining table, right? Social practice, talking to people, forming relationships with people. I mean, not positive relationships, because you are arguing with, corporate overlords. But anyway, I mean, I guess it's the government overlords. I mean, even the most well-meaning government overlord can become a small business tyrant if they want. But anyway, uh, so we have experience, right? Experiences around a bargaining table, like talking to people, and it was replaced with his ability to prepare documents, right? Preparing documents, so we were becoming alienated from our labor, right? And rather than, you know, labor as a social practice, it's labor as a solo practice. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know about that one. That one doesn't feel strong. Face to face meetings became occasions mostly for a ritualistic exchange of texts. Well, and I think no, I think this is definitely alienation. This is definitely about alienation. This is about um competition rather alienation and competition rather than consensus, right? Consensus is when we all agree on something that everybody wants. Competition, compromise is when we all um agree to give something up, right? So consensus making involves an acknowledgement of our needs, right? while compromise involves negation of our needs. So when it comes to things like, we are the workers and we want basic human rights and we have certain needs, right? It's a lot easier when you are alienated from your fellow workers, when you're alienated from your, what is it, the middle manager, when you're alienated from the owners, when we have social distance and technologies that are in place to create that social distance than it is when we're like all chill dude bros who like fucking care about each other and like hang out and watch football every Sunday. I I don't know about that last part, but you know what I'm saying? Like it's a lot harder to be a dick to people that you like and want to like you and continue liking you. So it's really easy as, a landlord, as an employer, with to establish all of these degrees of separation so that you don't have to think about the humanity of the people who are working for you. And then, you don't think about the humanity, you don't have to think about the material conditions that they're subjected to, right? Because like, well, they're not human, they're just like the little worker bee, right? Um so yeah, so this is just a process of alienation that is occurring, and it's not just like attempting to um win arbitration, right? It's attempting to alienate workers from the act of bargaining and arbitration itself, to subject workers to whatever you want to subject them to and have them not able to fight back. Yeah. After solitary deliberation over complex sets of documents, right? The workers have less of a feel of control. They're more alienated, even from the work of advocating for their own rights. When you become, alien, and that's something that we are experiencing, en masse today, is people are alienated from the very act of self advocation, right? That's why if you're a disabled person, right? Okay, so my university, they have a ride offer thing, right? But to get for disabled people, right? So you just like request the thing, but like to get the thing, right? And this kind of goes towards like bureaucrat bureaucracy, forms, means testing. These are all things that are attempting to alienate you from the social programs that you should be entitled to as a human being, right? So like, was it something about like the student loans? We're not going to pay off your student loans unless you have like less than this. It's mean testing, right? Um, where was I going with that? But anyway, let's keep going. He was up against as a working adult in the second half of the 20th century. I've been. It's been an interesting day for me reading words. It was more than just living through rising standard in literacy expectations or generalized growth in professionalism, specialization, or documentary power. Although certainly all of these things are generically true. Rather, these developments should be seen more specifically as the outcomes of ongoing transformations in the history of literacy as it has been wielded and as part of economic and political conflict. Yeah, see? Attempting to alienate the workers and deny them their rights. Oh yeah. Um Bureaucracy is designed to alienate workers and deny them their rights. Not bureaucracy. Means testing and shit like that. So yeah, now I remember what I was going to say about that. University, they offer rides for disabled people, so they can look like they really care about disabled people. But at the same time, you got to fill out this whole goddamn form if you're a disabled person and you need a ride, right? Because we don't want anybody abusing the system. But that means that there are actual disabled people out there who need rides to get around who aren't going to be able to access that because guess what? You know, demand that I fill out a 10-page form. I'm in fucking college. I don't have time to fill out a goddamn 10-page form. What the fuck? Right? So this type of means testing, like, do you really actually need it, only alienates people from getting access to the things that they actually need, sometimes it's to survive. um yeah, so let's let's keep going. These transformations become arenas in which the new standards of literacy develop, and for Dwayne Lowry, as well as many like him over the past 25 years, these are arenas in which the worth of existing literate skills become degraded. I think that my conflict with this paper is that we're looking at this from like a reading studies perspective, a writing studies, reading writing studies, and I'm looking at this from a like a crusty little anarchist perspective. It's always the perspective that I bring to the table, you know? A consummate debater and deal maker, Lowery says his value to the union bureaucracy saw, okay, saw. I thought it said, and I'm like, what the fuck? Saw his value to the union bureaucracy subside as power shifted to younger university trained staffers whose literacy credentials better matched the specialized forms of escalating pressure coming from the other side. In the broadest sense, the sponsorship of Dwayne Lowry's literacy experiences lies deep within the historical conditions of industrial relations in the 20th century, and, more particularly, with the changing nature of work and labor struggle over the last several decades. Edwards Edward Edward Stevens Jr. has observed the rise in this century of an advanced contractarian society. What the fuck? I hate that. I really hate that. I mean, I hate the word. I hate the word. That's what I hate. By which formal relationships of all kinds have come to rely on a jungle of a jungle of rules and regulations. I do like that actually. I do like that. For labor, these conditions only intensified in the late 60s and 70s when a flurry of federal and state civil rights legislation curtailed the previously unregulated hiring and firing power of management. What? These developments made the appeal to law as central as collective bargaining for extending employee rights. I mentioned this broader picture first because it relates to the forms of employer backlash that Lowery began to experience by the early 80s, and more importantly, because the history of unionism serves as a guide for a closer look at the sponsors of Lowery's literacy. What the fuck? I'm not even gonna try. I think that would take way too long to unpack, so we're just going to keep going in hopes that they will explain it later. These resources begin with the influence of his father, whose membership in the United Rubber Workers during the ideologically potent 30s and 40s grounded Lowry in class conscious progressivism and its favorite literate form, the newspaper. I'm just gonna highlight that and leave that right there, and I'm gonna, 24-hour news media, or news cycle, 24-hour news cycle. What else? What else? The fall of the newspaper. I mean, there's still local newspapers, but local news isn't all that great either now. Local news is kind of reactionary. When I say kind of, I mean like incredibly. But anyway, on top of that, though, was pragmatic philosophy of worker education that developed in the U.S. after the Depression as an anti-communist antidote to left-wing intellectual influences in humans. We're gonna educate people out of communism. I mean, into neoliberalism. Of course. Anyway, Lowry's parent union, in fact, had been a central force in refocusing worker education away from an earlier emphasis on broad critical study and toward discrete techniques for organizing and bargaining. Oh my god. Workers began to be trained in the discrete bodies of knowledge, written formats, and idioms associated with those strategies. Characteristic of this legacy, Lowery's crash course at the Washington based training center in the early 1970s emphasized technical information, problem solving, and union building skills and methods. The transformation in worker education from critical humanistic study to problem solving skills was also lived out of the School for Workers, where Lowery took short courses in the 1980s from humanistic study to problem solving skills. Hmm. That's potentially interesting. Once a place where factory workers came to write and read about economics, sociology, and labor history. It's fun when it does that for no reason. The school is now part of a university extension service offering workshops, often requested by management on such topics as work restructuring. I'm just thinking back to what the fuck was it? Subnautica, the below zero, Subnautica below zero, and the super like lib manager guy who's like, we need to restructure our relationship to better facilitate longer periods of separation. And I'm just like, what is wrong with you? New technology, health and safety regulations, and joint labor management cooperation. What is joint labor management cooperation? Neoliberal terms that I do not understand for $500, please. Finally, in this inventory of Dwayne Lowry's literacy sponsors, we must add the latest incarnations shaping union practices. The attorneys and college educated co workers who carried into Lowry's workplace forms of legal discourse and essayist literacy. Oh, God. Those, them darn I think this is kind of like the opposite of the issue that I've been harping on all this stream, which is like the Twitch streamers are the salt of the earth union workers, working class union workers, and then um the YouTube essayists, the video essayists, or the fancy attorneys and college educated workers that are coming in with all their legal discourse. But I don't know. I just think that's kind of fucking funny. Anyway, what should we notice about this pattern of sponsorship? First, we can see from yet another angle how the course of an ordinary person's literacy. I'm joking. I don't actually think Twitch streamers are salt of the I think they like to think they are, maybe. Its occasions, materials, applications, potentials. Follow the transformations going on within sponsoring institutions. Oh fuck. I think it's getting worse. I'm literally getting I and like, my ability to read things aloud is just dissolving in real time. Institutions, as those institutions fight for economic and ideological position. As a result of wins, losses, or compromises, institutions undergo change, affecting the kinds of literacy they. I hate you. I hate you. Promulgate, 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 and the status that such literacy has in the larger society. So, where, how, why, and what Lowry practiced as a writer, and what he didn't practice, took shape as part of the post industrial jockeying going on over the last 30 years by labor, government, and industry. Oh, really? Who would have thunk? Yet there is more to be seen. I gotta check because nobody. Yet there is more to be seen in this inventory of literacy sponsors. It exposes the deeply textured history that lies within the literacy practices of institutions, within an individual's literacy experiences, accumulated layers of sponsoring influences in families, workplaces, schools, memory, carry forms of literacy that have been shaped out of ideological and economic struggles of the past. This history, on the one hand, like I feel like there's too many words and not enough like major points. Like give me something interesting. There are too many potatoes in this dish. I was hoping for a beef stew, not a potato stew. This history, on the one hand, is sustaining resource in the quest for literacy. It enables an older generation to pass its literary resources on to another. Lowry's exposure to his father's newspaper reading and supper table political talk kindled his adult passion for news, debate, and for language that rendered relief and justice. Remember, many different kinds of literacies. Many different kinds of literacies. This history also helps to create infrastructures of opportunity. Maybe it's because I'm American. Maybe it's because I'm American and Americans just hate anything to do with infrastructure. But when I hear infrastructures of opportunity, something about me just starts to feel kind of green. Lowry found crucial supports for extending his so For Lowery found crucial supports for extending his adult literacy in the educational networks that unions established during the first half of the 20th century as they were consolidating into national powers. On the other hand, however, this layered history of sponsorship is also deeply conservative and can be maladaptive because it teaches forms of literacy that oftentimes are in process of being overtaken by new political realities and by ascendant forms of literacy. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? This history creates infrastructures of opportunity, but it also is deeply conservative. Okay, okay, so it creates opportunity. But it's also, let's erase this. Deeply conservative, maladaptive, literacies that are in the process of being overtaken by new political realities. So new political realities. So then it's reactionary. Yeah, yeah, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think that. I think that. Yeah, yeah. I think that's a good. The decision to focus worker education on practical strategies of recruiting and bargaining, devised in the thick of Cold War patriotism and galloping expansion of union memberships, became, by the Reagan years, a fertile ground for new forms of management, aggression, and co optation. Another situation where I'm like, just please say what you mean. It is actually this lag or gap in sponsoring forms that we call the rising standard of literacy, the pace of change. Hold on. You mentioned No Child Left Behind. I don't think she did. She did. I think this is from the 90s, which is before then. I mean, I mentioned it. I know I mentioned it, but I don't think she mentioned it. Anyway, the pace of change and the place of literacy and economic competition have both intensified enormously in the last half of the 20th century. The pace of change and the pace of literacy. So I'm gonna say technology, pace of change. So changing technology, place of literacy. So literacy in those different technologies and economic competition have both intensified. They have both. That's where I was confused because I'm like, they have both intensified. Within the next half of your sentence should be telling me, but they fucked around and they flipped it over, and now it's this part is the both. It's as if the history of literacy is in fast forward, where once the same sponsoring arrange and this is another one. This is another one where it's just like it's as if the history of literacy is in turmoil, or as if the modern literacy is in turmoil. It's as if the history of literacy is in fast forward. People always feel that way. That's just how people feel. Everybody feels that way. Everything sucks. Everything has always sucked. Everybody's always felt like everything sucks. There's always going to be a dude on the side of the road wearing a barrel screaming about the end of the fucking world. That's just, that's just what happens. That's what happens. Things are happening too fast. It's like just conservative bullshit. Anyway, where once the same sponsoring arrangements could maintain value across a generation or more, forms of literacy and their sponsors can now rise and recede many times within a single lifespan. Forms of literacy and their sponsors. Oh God. Oh my God. What the fuck was what was it called? Zanga. Um the very first site that I joined to like do a blog. First I was on Zanga, then I was on Blogger for a while, and then I moved to Tumblr. Blogger just kind of sucks. But anyway, Zanga was like really it was really bad. It was pretty bad. But then it, like, the whole entire site got put behind a paywall, so you couldn't even access your own blog unless you paid money. So, rising and receding many times with a single lifespan. What else? What else? And remember, we're talking about literacies, right? Forms of literacy. So many literacies. What else? What else? MySpace? Was it MySpace? Um, yeah, MySpace is another one. Dwayne Lowry experienced profound changes in forms of union-based literacy, not only between his father's time and his, but between the time he joined the union and the time he left it 20 odd years later. This phenomenon is what makes today's literacy feel so advanced and at the same time so destabilized. It's so funny how, like, no problem reading phenomenon. No problem reading phenomenon. And then I'm like, feels so advanced. Like, okay. Anyway, sponsorship and appropriation in literacy learning. We have seen how literacy sponsors affect literacy learning in two powerful ways. They help to organize and administer stratified systems of opportunity and access, and they raise the literacy stakes in struggles for competitive advantage. Sponsors enable and hinder literacy activity, often forcing the formation of new literacy requirements while decertifying older ones. A somewhat different dynamic of literacy sponsorship is treated in this section. What? It pertains to the potential of the sponsor to divert sponsors' resources towards ulterior projects, often projects of self interest or self development. Fugitivity! Let's, let's. Fugitivity. Earlier, I mentioned how Sunday school parishioners in England and African Americans in slavery appropriated church sponsored literacy for economic and psychic survival. Do it again. Let's do it again. You know what it is. Fugitivity. Hell yeah. Misappropriation is always possible at the scene of literacy transmission. Misappropriation. Misappropriation. A reason for the tight ideological control that usually surrounds reading and writing instruction. The accounts that appear, neoliberalism. The accounts that appear below are meant to shed light on the dynamics of appropriation, including the role of sponsoring agents in that process. They're also meant to suggest that diversionary tactics and literacy learning may be more invited now by the sheer proliferation of literacy activity in contemporary life. What the fuck? That seems interesting. They are also meant to suggest that diversionary tactics and literacy learning may be more invited now by the sheer proliferation of literacy activity in contemporary life. What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? Hmm. Like, my eyes are going a little bit fuzzy, and it's like, what is wrong with you? You're not even that tired. It's not even that late. We still got 10 pages left. I mean, oh, look, like, at least one and a half of these pages is going to be citations. Cross your fingers. Cross your fingers. We're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there. Oh my god, we only got one more paper. Okay. So they'd be more invited now by the sheer polar. I don't know if I agree with this. I don't know if I agree with this. Hmm. Diversionary tactics and literacy learning. So that would be, fugitivity. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's break it down into little pieces. Fugitivity may be more invited now by the sheer proliferation of literacy activity in contemporary life. So and it's like I want to say like, social media, you know, I mean literacy activity, I think that social media is something, sheer proliferation. At the same time, this lady's writing in the 90s. So, what the fuck are you talking about, lady? I don't know. I don't know what she's talking about. Like, I know what that's the thing. I know what I read in that sentence, but I don't know what she's talking about. Or he, they. I don't know. The uses and networks of literacy crisscross through many domains, exposing people to multiple, often amalgamated sources of sponsoring powers: secular, religious, bureaucratic, commercial, technological. In other words, what is so destabilized about contemporary? Ooh, destabilized. I like that word. I like destabilizing things. Rather than centering things and recentering things, we should destabilize things and decenter things. I think, about contemporary literacy today also makes it so available and potentially innovative, ripe for picking, one might say, for people suitably positioned. What? The rising level of schooling in the general population is also an inviting factor in this process. Almost everyone now has some sort of contact, for instance, with college educated people whose movements through workplaces, justice systems, social service organizations, houses of worship, local government, extended families, or circles of friends spread dominant forms of literacy, whether wanted or not, helpful or not, into public and private spheres. This author really likes the list. They really like to do they like to do the both. They like to do both things, both of these things. And they also like to do the list of things. That's one thing that I have noticed about them. Another condition favorable for appropriation is the deep hybridity of literacy practices extant in many settings. The deep hybridity. Ooh. Ooh. So, like, how somebody, this is something I've been noticing now that I've been, you know, observing, participant observing Twitter. Is somebody will post like a React image or like a meme, a React meme, and then somebody else will be like, and it's the same thing. It's the same like image to every time. There's this like image where they like are like, real I really like this, so I'm giving you a like and I'm posting this thing, and you will know that I have now taken your meme, right? So the deep hybridity of literacy practices, because those people aren't just taking those React gifs and React memes and like posting them on Twitter. No, they're taking them and they're like gonna post them in the Discord. They're gonna post them in the the text of the group text. They're gonna post them in all sorts of fucking places. So deep hybridity of literacy practices. You can say poggers in everyday life if you fucking want to, man. You can do it. There is the deep hybridity there. We are all human beings. We all have the power of the poggers, the literacy of the poggers within us. Just go out there and fucking do it. Anyway. I just, sometimes I gotta take a moment. Anyway, as we saw in Dwayne Lowry's case, workplaces, schools, and families bring together multiple strands of the history of literacy in complex and influential forms. We need models of literacy that more astutely account for these kinds of multiple contacts, both in and out of school and across a lifetime. Such models can begin to grasp the significance of reappropriation, which for a number of reasons is becoming a key requirement for literacy learning at the end of the 20th century. What is the reappropriation? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? The following discussion will consider two brief cases of literacy diversion. Literacy diversion. Both involve women working in subordinate positions as secretaries in print-rich settings where better educated male supervisors were teaching them to read. No, you know what? I never did. That kind of loud. I feel like that might be a little bit loud. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit on my end. I'm also gonna turn it down a little bit over here too, I think. I don't know. It's hard to know like the right perfect balance. Anyway, women working in subordinate positions as secretaries in print-rich settings were better educated male supervisors. We're teaching them to read and write in certain ways to perform their clerical duties. However, as we will see shortly, strong loyalties outside the workplace prompted these two secretaries to lift these literate resources for use in other spheres. Carol White, it was on behalf of her work as a Jehovah's Witness. Oh God. For the other, Sarah Steele, it was on behalf of upward mobility for her lower middle class family. Before turning to their narratives, though, oh God, it would be wise to pay some attention to the economic movement in which they occur. Clerical work was the largest and fastest growing occupation for women in the 20th century. Like so much employment for women, it offered a mix of gender defined constraints as well as avenues for economic independence and mobility. As a new information economy created an acute need for typists, stenographers, bookkeepers, and other office workers, white American-born women and later immigrant and minority women saw reason to pursue high school and business college educations. Unlike male clerks of the 19th century, female secretaries in this century had little chance for advancement. However, office work represented a step up from the farm or factory for women of the working class and served as a respectable occupation from which educated middle-class women could await or avoid marriage. Talking about the lesbian. Not really. I'm not really talking about the lesbians. I wish we could talk about the lesbians. I wish that, the English, the writing, the English writing people would take a moment to just talk about the lesbians. How can we use the lesbians as an example of teaching literacy? Come on. In a study of clerical work through the first half of the 20th century, Anderson numbers estimated that secretaries might encounter up to 97 genres in the course of doing dictation or transcription. They routinely had contact. Remember, when we talk about genres, a shopping list, a grocery shopping list could be a genre. Writing a check could be a genre, right? Okay. They routinely had contact with an array of professionals, including lawyers, auditors, tax examiners, and other government overseers. By 1930, 30% of women office workers used machines other than typewriters. And in contemporary offices, clerical workers have often been the first employees to operate CRTs and personal computers and to teach others how to use them. Overall, the daily duties of the 20th century secretaries could serve handily as an index to the rise of complex administrative and accounting procedures, standardization of information, expanding communication and developments in technological systems. With that background, consider the experiences of Carol White and Sarah Steele, and Oneida. What? What's that? What is that? What does that mean? Face and go. Modern flatware and dining essentials. The Oneida tribe of Indians of Wisconsin. Is that from Wisconsin? I don't know. I don't know. That's just a really weird way to phrase that. What is that? I have no idea. That's a really weird, like, okay, it seems like an Oneida is, a tribe from Wisconsin. Well, not from Wisconsin, like from the Wisconsin area. But, like, that's a really weird way to phrase that if that's what you're trying to say. Carol White was born into a poor, single parent household in 1940. She graduated from high school in 1960, and between 5 maternity leaves and oh God. 5 maternity leaves, and a divorce, worked continuously in a series of clerical positions in both the private and public sectors. One of her first secretarial jobs was with an urban firm that produced and disseminated Catholic missionary films. The vice president with whom she worked most closely also spent much of his time producing a magazine for national civic organization that he headed. She discussed how typing letters in magazine articles and occasionally proofreading this for this man taught her rhetorical strategies in which she was keenly interested. She described the scene of transfer this way: "My boss didn't just write to write, he wrote in a way to make his letters appealing. I would have to write what he was writing in this magazine too. I was completely enthralled. He would write about the people who were in this organization and the different works they were undertaking, and the people that died, and the people who were sick, and about their personalities. And he wrote little anecdotes. Once in a while, I made some suggestions too. He was a man who would listen to you. The appealing and persuasive power of the anecdote became especially important to Carol White when she began doing door-to-door missionary work for the Jehovah's Witnesses. A pan-racial millennialist religious faith, she also used colorful anecdotes to prepare demonstrations that she performed with other women at weekly service meetings at their Kingdom Hall. These demonstrations, done in front of the congregation, took form of skits designed to explore daily problems through Bible principles. Further, at the time of our interview, Carol White was working as a municipal revenue clerk and had recently enrolled in an on-the-job training seminar called Persuasive Communication, a 2-day class offered free to public employees. Her motivation for taking the course stemmed from her desire to improve her evangelical work. She said she wanted to continue to develop speaking and writing skills that would be appealing, motivating, and encouraging to people she hoped to convert. Sarah Steele, a woman of Welsh and German descent, was born. Okay, so yeah, that was just phrased really funny. That threw me for a fucking loop. Was born in 1920 to a large working-class family in a coal mining community in eastern Pennsylvania. In 1940, she graduated from a 2-year commercial college. Married soon after, she worked as a secretary in a glass factory until becoming pregnant with the first of 4 children. In the 1960s, in part to help pay for her children's college education, she returned to the labor force as a receptionist and bookkeeper in a law firm, where she stayed until her retirement in the late 1970s. Sarah still described how, after joining the law firm, she began to model her household management on principles of budgeting that she was picking up from one of the attorneys with whom she worked most closely. "I learned cash flow from Mr. B," she said. "I would get all the bills and put a tape in the adding machine, and he and I would sit down together to be sure there was going to be money ahead." She said that she began to replicate the process at home with household bills. "Before that, I would just cook beans when I had to instead of meat." Sarah Steele also said she encountered the genre of the credit report. See, the genre of the credit report, right? So we're talking about genres. When we talk about genres, we're talking about like check writing, we're talking about receipts, we're talking about grocery lists, we're talking about just any fucking thing. The genre of the light remote, and I'm literate in the light remote. This one turns it off. This one makes it stop going around. This one lets you pick whatever color you want. This one changes the color pattern. This one goes back. This one makes it spin faster. This one makes it lighter and darker. I'm literate in the literacy of the remote. Got a whole bunch of little remotes over here. I got like 4 of them. I got like 4. My whole entire house is like just lined in like little light things. This one turns on one that looks like a moon. This one turns on the overhead lights. See, this button turns it off. Now we're dark, now we're light, now we're dark, now we're light. I can do it without even looking at it because I'm literate in the literacy of the little remote. I'm literate in the use of the mouse because I know that I shake it around and it goes like this. I click it and it goes like this. I click it that side and it goes like that. I scroll like this and it goes like that. I am literate in the literacy of the mouse, right? Many different literacies. Okay, I mean, usually we're talking about a text, but at the same time, you know, There's letters there, so that's a text. I don't know. The genre of the mouse. The genre of the credit report during routine reading and typing on the job. She figured out what constituted a top rating, making sure her husband followed these steps in preparation for their financing a new car. She also remembered typing up documents connected to civil suits being brought against local businesses, teaching her, she said, which firms never to hire for home repairs. I mean, or you could just like go to Angie's List, like Angie's List. Isn't that what they do? Nobody. Anyway, it just changes the way you think. She observed about the reading and writing she did on the job. You're not a pushover after you learn how a business operates. I don't know about that. The dynamics of sponsorship alive in these narratives expose important elements of literacy appropriation. At least fugitivity, at least as it is practiced at the end of the 20th century. In a pattern now familiar from the earliest sections, we see how opportunities for literacy learning, this time for diversions of resources, open up the clash between long-standing residual forms of sponsorship and the new between lingering presence of literacy's conservative history and its pressure for change. So here, 2 women, 1 Native American. Okay! Why didn't you say that? Why didn't you just say that? They did say that. Why didn't you say that in a less confusing way? And both working class, built contemporary literacy resources. Fugitivity, public relations techniques, and accounting practices for more educated, higher status men. Fugitivity. The women are emboldened in these acts by ulterior identities beyond the workplace. Carol White with faith and Sarah Steele with family. These affiliations hark back to the first sponsoring arrangements through which American women were gradually allowed to acquire literacy and education. Duties associated with religious faith and child rearing helped literacy become, in Gloria Maine's words, a permissible feminine activity. Interestingly, these roles, deeply sanctioned within the history of women's literacy and operating beneath the newer permissible feminine activity of clerical work, became grounds for covert innovative appropriation even as they reinforced traditional female identities. Even as you reinforce traditional student identities, you are working in the grounds for covert innovative appropriation. Fugitivity. Be a fugitive. Fugitivity is sexy. Just as multiple identities contribute to the ideologically hybrid character of these literacy formations, so do institutional and material conditions. Carol White's account speaks to such hybridity. The missionary film company with the Civic Club vice president is a residual site for 2 of literacy's oldest campaigns: Christian conversion and civic participation. Enhanced here by 20th century advances in film and public relations technique, this ideological reservoir proved a pleasing instructional site for Carol White, whose interests in literacy throughout her life have been primarily spiritual. Time is at 8, almost 9 o'clock. The literacy appropriation draws upon, perhaps even depends upon, conservative forces in the history of literacy sponsorship. They're always hovering at the scene of acts of learning. Okay, hold the fucking phone. You know what's happening here? You know what this argument is? This argument is trying to justify the existence of the institution of university. Like, this person is just, they're just trying to justify the institution that they work for. That's what's happening. Yeah, it's like, actually you rely on conservative forces to, like, learn things. And if you didn't have conservative if it was just liberal forces, you wouldn't actually be learning things. I mean, yeah, that's a hell of a. No, no, thank you, no, thank you, no, thank you. Sanctioning force or reserve of ideological material support. I mean, like, permissible feminine activity, like. I just it's icky. I don't like it. It's icky. It's really icky, actually. At the same time, however, we see in these accounts how individual acts of appropriation can divert and subvert the course of literacy's history. How changes. I mean, I don't think we see that. I do not think we see that here. Like, you can say we see that, but I don't think we see that. Like, they can divert the course of literacy's history. I mean, yeah, how they relate to larger scale transformations, yes. And maybe how they subvert, but divert? I don't know about that. Carol White's redirection of personal management techniques to the cause of the Jehovah's Witnesses is an almost ironic transformation in this regard. Once a principal sponsor in the initial spread of mass literacy, evangelism is here rejuvenated through late literate corporate scientists of secular persuasion. I think this author is under the impression that Jehovah's Witness is some kind of, like, progressive religious movement or something, and I'm just like, I'm not so sure about that. Evangelism is here rejuvenated through late literate corporate scientists of secular persuasion, fundraising, and bureaucratic management that Carol White finds circulating in her contemporary workplace. I don't know that that's a good thing. By the same token, through Sarah Cynthia Sylvia Stout could not take the garbage out. Anyway, by the same token, through Sarah Steele, accounting practices associated with corporations are, in a sense, tracked into the house, rationalizing, standardizing even domestic practices. I don't know that I would classify that as a good thing. Even though Sarah Steele did not own an adding machine, she penciled her budget figures into adding machine tape that she kept for that purpose. Sarah Steele's act of appropriation in some sense explains how dominant forms of literacy migrate and penetrate into the private spheres, including private consciousness. I mean, yeah, I would agree with that, but I don't know if I agree with the whole, like, I don't know. Her efforts to move her family up in the middle class involved not merely contributing a second income, but also from her desk as bookkeeper, reading her way into an understanding of middle class economic power. Oh, yeah. Oh boy. The economic power of not having to feed your kids beans at the end of the month because you ran out of money. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Teaching the dynamics of sponsorship. It hardly seems necessary to point out to those of us who teach writing that we haul a lot of freight for the opportunity to do so. Neither rich nor powerful enough to sponsor literacy on our own terms, we serve instead as conflicted brokers between literacy's buyers and sellers. Ugh. At our most worthy, perhaps, we show the sellers how to beware and try to make sure these exchanges will be a little fair, maybe potentially, and a little more mutually rewarding. What? We show the sellers how to beware, try to make sure these exchanges will be a little fair, maybe potentially a little more rewarding. Mm, What? What? This essay has offered a few working case studies that link patterns of sponsorship to processes of stratification, competition, reappropriation. How much these dynamics can be generalized to the classroom is an ongoing imperial question. Empirical, not imperial. What the fuck? Um, I'm sure that sponsors play even more influential roles at the scenes of literacy learning and use than this essay has explored. I focused on some of the most tangible aspects: material supply, explicit teaching, institutional ages. But the ideological pressure of sponsors affects many private aspects of the writing processes, as well as public aspects of finished texts. Private aspects of writing processes as well as public aspects of finished text. Hmm. Can I make that joke on Twitter? Or will it piss somebody off? Yeah? No? Maybe? I don't know. Where one's sponsors are multiple or even at odds, they can make writing maddening. Where they're absent, they make writing unlikely. Many of the cultural formations we associate with writing development, community practices, disciplinary traditions, technological potentials can be appreciated as make do responses to the economics of literacy past and present. The history of literacy is a catalog of obligatory relations. That this catalog is so deeply conservative and at the same time so ruthlessly demanding of change is what fills contemporary literacy learning and teaching with their most paradoxical choices and outcomes. In bringing attention to economies, say I almost did again, of literacy learning, I'm not advocating that we prepare students more efficiently for the markets they must enter. What I've tried to suggest is that as we assist and study individuals in pursuit of literacy, we recognize too how literacy is in pursuit of them. When this process stirs ambivalence on their part or ours, we need to be understanding. Hmm. So, yep, that is just a bunch of numbers. Just so, yeah, Deborah Brandt. Anyway, so we have a lot of a lot of highlights in the first half, and then the highlights kind of come back in the second half, and the third, and then they kind of you know filter out. But anyway, um, just like final thoughts, and I'm like, no thoughts, head empty, or head empty, no thoughts. Anyway, we have women's literacies and social hierarchy in early modern England. Early modern England. I'm pretty sure that's like Shakespeare. Think like Shakespeare. This article argues for a historically contextualized investigation of literacy that attends to early modern literacies in different and mixed media, and to literacy as a complex set of practices and theories. Early modern literacy, for example, does not necessarily include both reading and writing. The criterion of measuring literacy by the signature is based against women of various ranks as well as against poor men. Therefore, literacy rates of women should not be measured solely by means of their ability to sign their names, but also by evidence provided by books dedicated to noblewomen or addressed to women of different ranks. A more expansive conception of authorship includes anonymously, pseudonymously, and collectively written documents, as well as translations, can give more accurate idea to the literacy of women in different social groups. Future research on literacy will be advanced by the discovery of hitherto unknown writings, and scholars will need to work on cultural documents of many kinds to gather evidence on the so called unlettered women, and thereby to focus our attention on the negatively charged side of illiteracy dyad. Oh boy. This is oh, it's only 17 pages long. Okay, I'm gonna do
Women of different social groups.
Can we just
Many definitions of literacy are tightly linked to theories of history that implicitly or explicitly privilege one term in a binary opposition over another: literate versus oral, Renaissance versus medieval, modern versus primitive, cultured versus barbaric, male versus female. Writing from perspectives conditioned not only by our late modern Anglophone culture but also by our embeddedness in academic institutions, we approach the topic of women's literacies in early modern England with an awareness that even in constituting an arena, not an object, of study, we are constructing an opposition based on gender that we seek simultaneously to deconstruct, in part, by focusing on social differences among women in a time and place where gender differences mattered, but usually in conjunction with other kinds or perceptions of difference. Point 1. Writing about women's literacies, we find ourselves in the epistemological zone that theorists such as Barbara Johnson and Jacques Derrida have memorably explored for our time. This is a zone in which scholars use key terms under erasure, necessarily relying on commonsensical significations of the very terms they are also septically investigating. Using plural rather than singular forms of our key terms, women, and literacies, whenever we can, is a way of signaling but not of solving the problem. In a verbal medium that makes meaning through difference and that changes over time, we aim in what follows to convey provisional knowledge about a historical situation that we can only partially reconstruct. Joining those scholars who approach literacy as a plural, culturally specific, and gendered set of phenomena, we ask our readers to remember Nietzsche's comment, only something which has no history can be defined. 53. As a noun, literacy first appears only in the late 19th century, but negative forms of the adjective appear according to the OED as early as the 16th century. Illiterate, also spelled illiterate, and denoting ignorant of letters or literature, occurs for instance in a 1556 passage attacking Judges, Ferguson, Dido's Daughters 40. Unlettered is the more common early modern term. Copyright 2015 John Wiley & Sons Ltd. For the negative part of the dyad literate/illiterate, the expression lit eras, any, sire, not to know letters, may refer to lack of culture rather than to illiteracy in the narrow sense. Harris 5. Although Adam Fox argues that by the end of the 14th century the modern usages of lit eracy, denoting
imagine if you're like, I don't know what this emote means, and someone is like, you are not lettered, you are unlettered. Okay.
Basic ability to read and write in the vernacular were becoming widespread, and that in the 16th century they were normal. 46. Our emphasis, he offers no evidence for this claim that literacy was considered to be the ability both to read and write by the 16th century. In fact, reading and writing skills were not taught together, either in schools or homes, and this fact has significant consequences for students of early modern literacy. Point 2. Children in England learned to read religious texts and recite catechisms several years before they learned to write, if they learned the latter, expensive skill at all. Point 3. Many children, especially girls and lower class boys, did not stay in school long enough to embark on writing instruction. Moreover, in some early modern primary schools, curricula were differentiated in ways that reflect the views of pedagogical authorities such as Thomas Salter, who advised women to work with the distaff and spindle, niddle, and thimble rather than develop the skill of well using a pen. Trill 1.4. Fox's view of literacy as widespread in England by the 16th century is countered by the research of many scholars and particularly by the statistics compiled by David Cressy and others who use the signature method of measuring literacy rates across the population. Cressy, who shares R.S. Schofield's view that the ability to sign one's name on a document constitutes an imperfect but nonetheless the best available measure of literacy, see Schofield 319, concludes his research on signed documents, including business and court records, probate documents, and petitions, as well as ecclesiastical records consisting of probate wills, marriage license records, and ecclesiastical court depositions, see Cressy 62, 105, that more than two-thirds of the men and more than four-fifths of the women in the 17th century could not write their names. 60. Other scholars, however, though they are not as sanguine about the spread of literacy across the entire social spectrum as Fox is, offer considerably higher estimates. 4.
Hold on, I have to actually. Okay. Offer considerably higher estimates.
Spread of literacy across the entire social spectrum as Fox is, offer considerably higher estimates for female literacy than Cressy does. Through studying women's letter writing, for instance, James Daybell arrives at a more optimistic assessment of levels of female writing literacy. Among elite, mercantile, and professional groups, he argues that his archive of women's letters allows for a more qualitative examination of women's writing skills than the signature method does, and though his generalizations pertain to a narrower range of the female population than Cressy's do, he is able to give valuable information about the quality of women's handwriting, spelling, grammar, and punctuation. 15. He believes that by 1600 most women from landed and mercantile groups could achieve functional reading and writing literacy. 16, which contrasts sharply with Cressy's view that by 1600, only 10% of English women were literate. 128. Suzanne Hull also arrives at higher estimates of female literacy than Cressy does.
Hold on. Which were literate. Studying women's letter writing. He arrives at a more optimistic assessment of levels of female writing literacy among elite, mercantile, and professional groups. Qualitative. This is not my shit at all. I'm gonna be real. I don't know what all I'm gonna
She
have to
focuses,
say
as
about
many
this.
feminist historians of early modern literacy have, on evidence that pertains to women readers rather than to women who were able to sign documents, and who had access to them. Hull looks in particular at the rise in the number of books dedicated to women, and she also considers evidence for women's role in teaching reading to children, 8 to 13, see also Lucas ch1. Scholars have critiqued the signature method of measuring literacy because it arguably underestimates the reading abilities of women of all ranks and of laboring men as well. See, example Bremen Haeckel, Reading Matter 56, Dolan 143-44, Ferguson, Dido's Daughters 74-79, Daybell 15-16. The historian Margaret Spufford makes an especially strong critique on both empirical and epistemological grounds. She finds that the signature method of measuring literacy rates provides no meaningful information about women at the lower end of the social scale. In her view, scholars should acknowledge that we have absolutely no way of knowing how many women below the level of the gentry in England learned to read. Small Books 35, see also First Steps. Many social and psychic factors impinge on the question of whether a woman appears in 576 Women's Literacies and Social Hierarchy. Copyright 2015 John Wiley & Sons Ltd. The historical record through signing her name, a bride who could write her name, for instance, might choose not to do so if her husband used a mark on a marriage register, and vice versa. And a person who could read the Gothic, black letter, type of a broadside ballad might not be able to read a play text in Roman font, much less write her name on a legal document. Point 5 Scholars have expanded our evidentiary field for understanding what middling and upper class women might have read by
so this is social and psychic factors impinge on the question whether a woman appears. Here, let's highlight this. Historical record through signing her name. And a person who could read that. Okay, so this is, again, we're like talking about different types of literacy. So how do we precisely quantify historical literacy when there are so many goddamn types of literacies, right? Okay, let's keep going.
Studying records of book ownership such as wills, inventories, and catalogs of private libraries, as Victoria Burke observes, however, such records cannot tell us if the books owned by those people were read by them or whether a wide range of people might have had access to individuals' libraries. Paragraph 2. In recent years, scholars have increasingly turned to documents such as diaries, journals, and letters for descriptions of an individual woman's reading that provide qualitative rather than quantitative information about female literacy. Marginalia in printed books and manuscript compilations known as commonplace books have also provided valuable material for our understanding not only of what certain women read but also of how they read. Evelyn Tribble, Heidi Bremen Haeckel, and Stephen Orgel have demonstrated the value of studying women's inherently ephemeral experiences of reading through the material traces constituted by marginalia in printed texts. 6 and Victoria Burke provides an exemplary microhistorical study of a commonplace book by Anne Bowyer, the daughter of an early 17th century urban craftsman. Burke is careful not to present what the manuscript reveals about Bowyer's reading interests and activities as in any way typical of her class or her gender. But Burke does claim that the manuscript gives us a valuable site for the project of reconstructing the practice of reading in the early years of the 17th century because in the commonplace book, we can see reading as an activity involving the appropriation of ideas and words by the compiler through quotation of passages of prose and poetry from a variety of sources, some of them identifiable. Such passages can be seen as commodities. As cultural capital, which the compiler chooses to add to her repository of knowledge. Paragraph 5. Countering the older assumption that alphabetic literacy was limited mainly to members of the clergy, the gentry, and the nobility, scholarship on reading practices of middling-class women such as Bowyer has gone hand in hand with a new theoretical and empirical interest in anonymously, pseudonymously, and collectively written documents, such as the women's petitions published during the English Civil Wars. These require a revision of conventional notions of the individual as an author.
Muted when I said that, but yeah, repository of knowledge, right? That's your different kinds of literacies, right? Yeah.
Author. Women of all social ranks had strong reasons for disguising their agency as writers. Because of the stigma of print that many scholars believe existed in Tudor and Jacobean England, see Saunders, some well-born English women, and men too, chose to erase or encode their authorial agency. Censorship, of course, also contributed to occlusions of authorship, as historians of intellectual property have remarked. Point 7
Stigma of print. Let's see. Stigma of print. Tudor. The concept that an informal social convention restricted the literary work of aristocrats in the Tudor and Jacobean age to private and courtly audiences, as opposed to commercial endeavors, at the risk of social disgrace if violated, and which obliged the author to. Okay, so this is the. Oh my god! This is the Shakespeare, the Shakespeare theorists. So these are the people who think that Shakespeare is What is that? What's his name? Um, there's that guy who some people think anonymous. No, is that not? Yeah, it is. That's what it is. What's his name? What's his name? Edward something? Mm, Robert Cecil. Yeah, Edward de Vere. Edward de Vere, the Earl of Oxford. That's the guy that some people think was actually Shakespeare. So the stigma of print, right? Because he's part of the nobility. People believe that there was the stigma of print, which meant that he would be embarrassed or publicly shamed or something undefinable if people were to know that he wrote um, I'm trying to think of like something really really like bawdy and like disgusting from a Shakespeare play. um I don't know, the one about the woman who dressed in drag so that she could appear to be a man, and then she joined this guy's court, and then or the duke of something's court, and then the duke of something kind of fell in love with her even though she was dressed like a boy, and then they got married right after he found out she was a girl. Kind of gay, bro. That's kind of gay, man. I don't know what to tell you. You know, the other little, the other little like, dudes in the Tudor court are gonna be like mincing around on their little, their little dude slippers and their little dude tights with their little dude cod pieces. Like, did you hear that Edward de Vere wrote about wrote the cross dressing play with the kind of gay guy, Duke guy who married the lady who was dressed in drag. You don't want to, you don't want that to get out. Like, you could be ruinous to your reputation. That's kind of silly. That's kind of silly, but whatever. Anyway, I'm gonna go refill my tea.
Expansive conception of authorship as an arena of writing including translation and various material substances underlies our discussion of different facets of the many literacies we can partially reconstruct as existing for women of different social ranks in early modern England. Books aimed at female readers. Suzanne W. Hull's chaste, silent, and obedient first gave an important account of books targeted to a female readership. Those dedicated to aristocratic women have been most frequently noticed, C. P. Crawford, but we can build upon Hull's work by also attending to manuals and advice books aimed at lower-ranking women, such as 100 Good Points of Housewifery, 1557, Edward Gosenhill's Mulerium Pen, 1542, and Elizabeth Clinton's The Countess of Lincoln's Naziri, 1622.8. The publication in 1617 of 3 pro-woman responses to Joseph Swetnam's 1615 The Arraignment of Lewd, Idle, Froward, and Unconstant Women.
The arraignment of lewd, idle, forward, and unconstant women. I want to read this. I want to read this. Oh my god, I want to read this now. This has got to be a fucking banger. Oh my god, maybe I can find it. If I can find it. Oh my god. Okay. Well, we're just gonna read the opening paragraph. Musing with myself, being idle and having little ease to pass the time withal, and I begin in a great choler against some women, I mean more than one, and so in the ruff of my fury, taking my pen in hand to beguile the time withal, indeed I might have employed. I need to like, let's put this up on the thing. Too much. Too much. Oh my god. Okay. Taking my pen in hand to beguile time with all. Indeed, I might have employed myself to better use than in such idle business, and better it were to to pocket up a pelting injury than to entangle myself with such vermin. For this I know, but because women are women, therefore many of them will do that in an hour which they many times will repent all their whole lifetime after. Yet for injury which I have received from them, the more I consider of it, the less I esteem of the same. Yet perhaps some may say unto me that I have sought for honey, caught the bee by the tail, or that I have been bitter stung with some of these wasps. Otherwise, I could never have been an expert in betraying their qualities. For the mother would never have sought her daughter in the oven, but that she was there first herself. What the fuck? This guy is like the original incel. Oh my god. So bad. Ooh, okay, okay. Indeed, I must confess I have been a traveler this 30 and odd years, and many travelers live in disdain of women. The reason is for their affections are so poisoned with the heinous evils of unconstant women, which they happen to be acquainted with in their travels, for it doth so cloy their stomachs that they censure hardly of women ever they censure hardly of women ever. Wrong women will not be tongue-tied. Therefore, if you do ill, you must not think to hear well. For although the world be bad, yet it is not come to pass that men should bear with all the bad conditions. Oh. Hmm. Chapter 1. How many chapters are there? How many chapters are there? I need to know. Bear baiting or the vanity of widows. Take your pick. Woe be unto that unfortunate man that matches himself with a widow, for a widow will be the cause of 1,000 woes. Yet there are many that do wish themselves no worse match than to a rich widow. But you do not know excuse me, what griefs you join with in your gains. For if she be rich, she will look to govern, and if she be poor, then you are plagued both with beggary and bondage. Again, your pains will be double in regard of him which marries with a maid. For you must unlearn your widow and make her forget her former corrupt and disordered. Oh my god. Oh my god. This third chapter shows a remedy against love and also many reasons not to be hasty of a choice of a wife. What's the remedy? What, you want to be gay? You're seek this guy. This is like this is. As a sharp bit curbs a forward horse, even so a cursed woman must be roughly used. What the fuck? This the dude like straight up advocates wife beating and then is like, women are mean to me. Lucretia, for the love and loyalty she bore to her husband being unkindly abused by an unchaste lecher, she presently slew herself. Rather, what the fuck? This is fucking sick, man. This is sick. So, okay, so somebody unkindly abused her against her will. So, you know, assaulted her and she slew herself. So, yeah. Rather than have sex with her husband again. Yeah, that's great. That's fucking that's yeah, what a nice guy. He's a friendly little fellow. Wow, this is fucking John Swetnam's misogynist pamphlet included and induced English women to enter the debate on the woman question that had been boiling on the continent for 2 centuries. The debate was in part a game of wit played by men for their own amusement or the patronage of women, in part serious discussion of women's abilities and rightful roles. Isn't that Queen Elizabeth? Putnam's tract, a mishmash of, by now, commonplace proverbs, jokes, invectives, arguments, and like literally commonplace. Like you see this shit like literally. I've sought for the honey, caught the bee by the tail, been stung with the wasp. So like he's saying, look, dude, you think I'm just mad at women because I was scorned by a woman, but like no, actually I'm a really chill. I must confess, I've been a traveler. I'm a really chill dude, and it's just something I've seen. It's just something I've seen. I'm just telling you the truth. Women are awful. Yeah. That's what that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. And like yeah, that's the same exact shit that like people will do today. I'm like, is Sam gonna debate this guy over like statistics for like cars and shit, car crashes and shit. Anyway, we build a time machine just so we can send his son back in time, have him debate. That would be good. I would pay money for that. I would donate money for your time machine. Anyway, um
Women, though only one is by an identifiable female author, Rachel Spicht, indicates that there was a market, most likely among female readers, for such works, though not as large a market as the one for misogynist attacks, since Swetnam's pamphlet went through 10 editions while the defenses were published in single editions. Many books aimed at women promulgated male authors' views of proper female behavior and thus provided ideological constructions of women readers. Lamb, Ferguson, Arum, Pearson. Juliet Fleming contributes to our understanding of such constructions by analyzing the first 4 vernacular dictionaries printed in London, between 1604 and 1656, as texts direct at least in part to women who are used to represent the problems of the English language as educated men construed them. Dictionary English 295. The native or mother tongue needed to be regulated, and lexically enriched, by men whose grammar school and university educations made them proficient in the father tongue of Latin. Robert Caudry's Hard Word List, a table alphabetical, interprets English words borrowed from the Latin, Greek, Hebrew, and French languages by means of plain English words gathered for the benefit of ladies, gentlewomen, or any other unskillful persons, from Caudry's long title, London, 1604. Women of all social ranks are thus interpellated as unskillful readers, along with lower class men, and cast as subjects who require linguistic instruction. Other popular books aimed at a female readership that was seen as in need of advice include Richard Brathwaite's The English Gentlewomen, 1631, and John Taylor's The Needle's Excellency, 1629. The latter text
was like, Brathwaite, I recognize that, but then that was not the correct Brathwaite.
Text, which celebrates needlework as an activity engaged in by queens and aristocrats, went through 12 editions by 1640. Hull's book ends at 1640, but recent scholarship on the Civil War, interregnum, and Restoration has contributed a great deal to our knowledge of works published during these years. Margaret J. M. Ezel suggests that popular advice books that were heretofore considered to have been for males, such as the 1650s editions of the Academy of Compliments, were in fact aimed at young female readers, exemplifying the important connection between literacy and social mobility during a period that saw astonishing upheavals in social decorum and customs occasioned by the war. Ezel, Never Boring 167. Mary Carey dedicated her defense of the regicide, the Little Horn's Doom and Downfall, 1651, to Elizabeth Cromwell, Bridget Ireton, and other wives of parliamentary leaders. In the final years of the Commonwealth.
Wait, what? Mary Carey dedicated her defense of regicide. So this would be Elizabeth Cromwell. I mean Cromwell. That's the what is it? Glorious Revolution, England. Hold on, let's do some googling. When they chopped off the king's head. Did they chop off his head? Yeah, 1688. Deposition of James the Second. Nope, I think that might be a different one. Oh, no, that's a different one. Maybe not. Yeah, I think this is a different one. I think this is. Yeah, Charles the First. This is Charles the First. So this, I think, Cromwell. So yeah, there was the Civil War, and they chopped off Charles the First head, and Cromwell took his place. Cromwell was one of the Protestants. They did not like Christmas. Christmas became a crime. And general like party having and fun having. It was all just like outlawed. They're like, nope, no thank you. You can't have it. We don't like it. You can't have it. What are they called? I think they were like the like the Puritans. What are they fucking called? What the fuck are they called? I don't know. Here we go.
Commonwealth. Sarah Ginner published an almanac or prognostication, which defended women's publication in the celestial sciences, citing the example of Maria Cuneis, the Silesian astronomer and the author of Urania Propitia, 1650, in her almanac, first printed in 1658, reprinted in 1659 and 1660. Ginner prominently featured medical advice specifically for women concerning menstruation and reproduction. Her successful publication produced a satiric woman's almanac, 1659, purportedly authored by Sarah Ginner. Ginner's medical entries in her almanacs anticipate the post-Restoration publication of medical texts targeted to a female readership such as Jane Sharp's.
Every time they mention like menstruation and pregnancy, I'm just like, no. I'm like, no, like we no thank you. This is a non-binary.
Sharp's Manual, The Midwife's Book, or The Art of Midwifery discovered, 1671,
no,
and Mary Tries Medicatrix, or The Woman Physician, 1675, as well as Elizabeth Chellier's defense of the expertise of midwives over male physicians, to Dr. 1688, C. Cody. Anne Maxwell, who printed the works of Margaret Cavendish, published grammars such as Reading and Spelling English Made Easy, 1673, as well as Hannah Woolley's The Gentlewoman's Companion, or A Guide to the Female Sex, containing directions of behavior, with letters and discourses upon all occasions. Whereunto is added, a guide for cookmaids, dairymaids, etc., 1673, addressed to women of different ranks. While the titles from the mid-17th century indicate that there already existed a market for books aimed at a female readership, the publication of books for women saw a dramatic increase after the Civil Wars and into the Restoration. This evidence of a growing market for books for women suggests a rise in women's vernacular reading skills in the second half of the 17th century. And at this historical moment, an increase in reading skills seems to have occurred in some relation, perhaps both as cause and as effect, to an increase in women's ability not only 578 women's literacies and social hierarchy to write but also to produce texts for the public sphere. Although there is some falling off in the decades after the high point of the women's publications in the revolutionary decade of the 1640s, the number of women's published writings rose again during the 1680s and 1690s, matching and in some years exceeding the levels of the 1640s. P. Crawford 212, figure 7.1. Scholars such as Phyllis Mack and Hilary Hines have examined the outpouring of writings by sectarian women during the English Civil Wars. Quaker women continued to publish tracts and pamphlets after the Restoration. We turn now to look more closely at the evidence scholars have found for lower and middling class women's participation in the domain of alphabetic literacy as readers, as members of reading communities, and, albeit in smaller numbers, as writers. Literacies of non-elite women. Maidservants. For modern scholars interested in the evidence of an expansion of literate skills among non-elite women during the early modern era, books by and/or about maidservants are a significant archive. One of the earliest printed texts in this category, a letter sent by the Maidens of London, 1567, might have been ventriloquized by a male author who responded to a satiric attack by Edward Hake on London maidservants by appealing to their female employers as co-defendants. Jones 27-28. Ilona Bell considers
he did what? Ventriloquized by a male author who responded to a satiric attack by appealing to their female employers as confidants. So, like, the original parasocial relationship. Yeah. I mean, kind of. Your friend, she works for
considers
you.
this early text a powerful political act that constitutes a bold and important female subject position. 191-92. The petition is predicated on the assumption that maidservants were capable of authoring it. Moreover, since the text takes their perspective, we can conclude that it assumes and appeals to an audience of female servants. Isabella Whitney, who describes herself as a maidservant and gives advice to other female servants in her two poetic miscellanies, The Copy of a Letter, 1566-67, and A Sweet Nosegay, 1573, provides further evidence that members of this social group had some access to vernacular literacy. In her will and testament, included in the nosegay, Whitney details her perambulations in London and addresses in the para text her younger sisters also serving in London, c. 7v. In 1578, Margaret Tyler, a servant in the household of the Duke of Norfolk, translated the first book of Diego Ortune de Calahorra's Espejo de Principes y Caballeros as the mirror of princely deeds and knighthood. Although the title page identifies Tyler only as M.T., she includes her full name in the dedication to Lord Thomas Howard, whom she addresses as the son of her masters. Here, and in the preface to the reader, she significantly refers to her translation as work, travail, and labor, and excuses her undertaking by stating that she was forced by the importunities of my friends, whom she calls her taskmasters and overseers, Tyler AEIV. She further defends her project by stating, it is all one for a woman to pen a story, as for a man to address his story to a woman, and chastises those who seek to keep their Spanish delight proper to themselves. Tyler AEIV. See also Trill, Chedskoy, Osborne, Beaumont and Bistui. Good. Themselves. Tyler AEIV. See also Trill, Chedskoy, Osborne, Beaumont and Bistui. Goodrich. Another example of a maidservant author is Jane Wiseman, who apparently was able to read novels and plays in the library of her master, William Wright, Recorder of Oxford. Christmas. She became an actress in the Duke's company and wrote a play, Antiochus the Great, which had a successful run at the New Theatre, in Lincoln's Inn Fields, and was published in 1701. Married to a vintner, she used the profits from her play to open a tavern in Westminster. As Mrs. Holt, Wiseman later published a fairy tale in script to the Honourable Mrs., with other poems, 1717. Wiseman's case supplements Louise Schleiner's chapter on women's household circles as a gendered reading formation, Whitney, Tyler, and Lanier in her book on Tudor and Stuart women writers, 1-29. And Schleiner's research aligns with Roger Chartier's suggestion that cultural historians of literacy should study communities of readers, each of which is likely. Women's Literacies and Social Hierarchy 579. To have its own opinion about the legitimate uses of books and their interpretations, Laborers 51, cited and discussed in Burke, paragraphs 2-3. Another piece of evidence for servants participating in a community of readers, practicing reading skills in the course of their work with books that they could probably not have purchased on their own, comes from the diaries of Lady Anne Clifford, which frequently describe her female servants reading to her. Such evidence is anecdotal, but it nonetheless opens windows onto a social scene in which women in service could not only read but could read the same books that interested their masters and mistresses. Okay, women in service who gained reading skills and opportunities in noble households were clearly a small fraction.
I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take first break of the stream. 3 hours in, like the first real break, 3 hours in. I'll be right back. There it is. Kind of starting to occur to me that perhaps, because since we're talking about sponsors of literacy, god damn, my throat kind of hurts. We're talking about sponsors of literacy in this other text, right? And this one is about literacy across different social groups, right? So we tend to see public schooling, right, as the way to become literate, the only way to literacy. And I would say that public schooling is probably the most expedient way and the most the easiest way to ensure certain standards of education. That being said, the way it is done, those certain standards of education are often not met. But public schooling, has the potential, for that, standardization of knowledge. In a way that like just learning how to read from your boss does not, you know. But at the same time, just because there is no standardized learning and there's not really any like standardized spelling in some of these cases, you know, very early modern English, right? Just because there's no standardized learning, standardized spelling doesn't mean that there is not a variety of literacies, right? Literacies occur whether we cultivate them or not. There's always going to be a literacy. So the question is, and I think this comes into like power, the power of sponsorship. The question is, who is controlling those literacies? Who has the power to control the literacies? And to see what is done with them too. Yeah. So let's keep going.
Fraction of the population, and servants who succeeded in writing for print publications such as Whitney, Tyler, and Wiseman cannot be interpreted as representative of any statistically significant social group. Nonetheless, the fact that such women belong to a mixed status group of readers within the unit of the household is itself worthy of attention, as Chartier suggests. Heeding his call, we turn now to consider another small group of women whose ability to read in some cases accompanied an ability to produce public documents. These are the petitions written during the Civil War era by urban women of various social ranks beneath the aristocracy. London Women's Petitions. Even before the publication of female-authored petitions to the Long Parliament that were evidently designed specifically to intervene in the political public sphere, Suzuki, Subordinate Subjects 145-51, Distressed Wives of Merchants petitioned Charles I, Parliament, and others in the 1630s in order to ransom their husbands who had been captured by Turks and Moors and held in Barbary, Mutar 77-92. During the Civil War, petitions were authored and published by women of different ranks and political persuasions, from royalists, defending Henrietta Maria, to levelers, seeking release of their imprisoned husbands, see MacArthur, Thomas, Women, Higgins, Hughes. Point 9. The visibility of these petitions produced satiric petitions purportedly by women, which, despite their misogynist import, nevertheless assume female literacy and political involvement. Suzuki, Subordinate Subjects 153-54. In fact, at the end of the Commonwealth era, Quaker women produced a petition against tithes with 7,000 signatures, Nevitt 160-78. The tradition of the female-authored petition continued into the Restoration and beyond. The Quaker Margaret Fell published a letter sent to the King from MF 1666, a petition to Charles II on the question of liberty of conscience, into the magistrates and people of England. Published along with the letter, she claims religious freedom as a right of freeborn Englishmen and women. Smith, Suzuki, Wiseman 315. The printer's widow Eleanor James published numerous petitions from the early 1680s through the beginning of the 18th century, writing to a succession of monarchs, Charles II, James II, and William and Mary, the Mayor of London, and Parliament on issues such as trade, monarchical succession, the relationship between monarch and Parliament, the status of the Church of England, and the licensing of printing. Joan Whitrow published petitions between 1677 and 1697, writing to Parliament as well as to William and Mary, McDowell, Suzuki, Subordinate Subjects 267-75. Thus, women's petitions became a popular genre through which non-aristocratic women made their grievances and political positions known. While those published during the Civil Wars and Commonwealth were more frequently collectively authored, after the Restoration, individual women deployed the petition for political ends, thereby continuing the tradition. Tradition established during the tumultuous mid-century. 580 Women's Literacies and Social Hierarchy. Copyright 2015 John Wiley & Sons Ltd. Literature Compass 12/11, 2015 575-500. Women's Literacy in Foreign Languages. While the middling-class authors of these petitions demonstrated a high level of literacy in English, some women, both elite and non-elite, possessed reading, speaking, and writing skills in foreign languages as well. These were more often the modern European languages rather than the ancient ones required for a humanist education as defined chiefly for male subjects, see Grafton and Jardine. Yet one aristocratic woman, Lady Anne Clifford, pointedly remarked that her father forbade her from being educated in languages. Smith, Suzuki, and Wiseman 1:90. She also commissioned a remarkable triptych painting in 1646, long after her father's death, that shows her at three different moments in her life, in the left panel of the so-called Great Picture, also known as the Appleby Triptych. She appears at age 15 in 1605, the year of her father's death, in a library with books clearly shown as authored by writers such as Ovid and Cervantes. The triptych uses painting, text, and symbolism to support Lady Anne's view that she was her father's rightful heir, as dictated by common law, despite his decision to leave his entire estate to his brother. The portrait of the young Anne implicitly likens her to male humanist heirs of the classical tradition such as Erasmus and Peter Gillis by alluding to portraits of those scholars by Quintin Matisse, Friedman 366-67. Moreover, the triptych includes a number of French titles in its record of books that Clifford owned. Whether she learned to read French without her father's approval or not, the portrait suggests her likeness to, or desire to be like, earlier aristocratic women such as Elizabeth I and Arbella Stewart who possessed the cultural capital of a multilingual education. The painting treats books in ancient and modern languages as important signs of Clifford's arduously pursued claim to her right to possess real, movable, and symbolic property. 10 Among the small group of early modern English women who received multilingual educations with their father's approval, a few produced notable works of translation. The first to publish an English translation of a Latin text was Margaret More Roper, Thomas More's daughter, who rendered Erasmus's Praecatio Dominica as a devout treatise upon the Pater Noster, 1526. Her daughter Mary Bassett, who became a learned lady-in-waiting for Queen Mary, made an English version of a Latin religious text written by her grandfather.
I forgot I was muted again. That was the painting. I was pointing at the different parts of the painting, and she was talking about it. Okay.
Grandfather just before his execution, of the sorrow, weariness, fear, and prayer of Christ before his taking, 1557. 11 Another Tudor woman translator.
Remember, no standardized spelling. No standardized spelling.
This one drawn, unusually, to secular texts, was Jane Lumley, 1537-78, whose father Henry Fitz
Jane Lumley, Baroness Lumley. First person to translate Euripides into English. Sounds familiar. What is that? Search Google. Tragedian of Classical Athens. One of the three. Oh, God. This is the dude. Okay, well.
FitzAlan, 12th Earl of Arundel, directed her education. His substantial library, which was inherited not by Lumley but by her husband, included the books she had collected as well as her own manuscript translations. She translated orations of Isocrates into Latin and made the first translation of Euripides into English Iphigenia at Aulis. For this latter work, she evidently relied on Erasmus's Latin translation of the play, most likely in the 1524 edition, which included the Greek text. See Child's introduction to his edition of Lumley, D. Green, Balin 153-57, Hodgson Wright, Goodrich, returning. Another aristocratic woman translator was Mary Sidney, Countess of Pembroke, who added 117 metrically varied psalms to the 43 that her famous brother Philip had translated from the Latin Bible, perhaps with guidance from other versions of the psalms, before his death in 1586. These poems remained in manuscript although contemporaries evidently urged Mary Sidney to print them. Love 55. She did allow her translations of Philippe de Mornay's Discourse on Life and Death and Robert Garney's Tragedy of Antony to be printed in the same volume in 1592, but her translation of Petrarch's Triumph of Death survived only in the form of a manuscript transcription by Sir John Harrington, Hannay. 17th-century women translators who, like Sidney, wrote original works and had a complex relation to the medium of print, include Elizabeth Cary, who translated Cardinal Perron's tract against James I, Reply of the Most Illustrious Cardinal of Perron, 1630, and Catherine Phillips, who translated Pierre Corneille's La Mort de Pompey, 1644, as Pompey, 1663, saw it performed in both Dublin and London and presented to Charles II. See Suzuki, Women, Civil. Women's Literacies and Social Hierarchy 581. Copyright 2015 John Wiley & Sons Ltd. Literature Compass 12.
White.
War, The Mon 88-92. Lucy Hutchinson, who was tutored in French and Latin from an early age and was deeply read in classical philosophy and Neoplatonism, translated Lucretius de Rerum Natura and probably completed it, according to David Norbrook, in the 1650s. Hutchinson XXII Sly, but the work remained in manuscript until 1996. Although the translations in the earlier part of our period were mainly produced by elite women who had the guidance of tutors or fathers, with the notable exception of the maidservant Margaret Tyler, the greater number of women translators of the 17th century were non-elite, culminating in Aphra Behn, whose family origins remain enigmatic, Ferguson, authorial ciphers. Some female translators, moreover, such as Hutchinson and Behn, used their linguistic skills to translate ancient or modern writers whose ideas were distinctly unorthodox. Behn not only translated La Rochefoucauld's epigrammatic maxims, which challenge conventional Christian morality in their treatment of self-love and self-interest, reflect ions on morality, or Seneca Unmasked, 1685. She also translated Bernard L. E. Bouvier de Fontenelle's astronomical dialogue, Entretien sur la pluralité des mondes as a discovery of new worlds, 1688. She used her translator's preface, an essay on prose translation, to critique aspects of the original text, and the French language, with an unusual lack of deference toward the author. She also used her essay to make her own argument that the Bible should be translated, and interpreted, in a way that supports a Copernican view of the universe rather than the Ptolemaic view held by both Roman Catholic and Protestant, Church of England, authorities, Ferguson, with all due reverence. In addition, she was the sole female contributor to a volume of translations of Ovid's Heroides compiled by Dryden in 1680, entitled Ovid's Epistles, translated by several hands. Although Dryden remarks in his preface that he was desired to say that the auteur, who is of the fair sex, understood not Latin, QTD in Ferguson, authorial. Ciphers 227, it is quite possible that Ben, like many of her contemporaries who lacked access to grammar schools and universities, could read some Latin with the help of translations. She wittily complained that Virgil and Homer were concealed from women like divine mysteries in a poem praising a male contemporary for translating Lucretius de Rerum Natura and thus bringing forbidden knowledge into women's reach. QTD in Ferguson, authorial ciphers 240. It is a pity that Ben lacked access to the manuscript containing Hutchinson's translation of that controversial text. Women's legal literacy. A site of competing moral, theological, and political evaluations in early modern England, literacy is also a site of significantly gendered contestation under the law, and in its multiple records including accounts of legal proceedings penned by women. As Francis E. Dolan remarks, under English common law, an offender's literacy might enable him both to perpetrate speech crimes and to seek pardon for crimes that carried the death penalty. 145. Englishmen could avoid execution for felonies carrying the death penalty by means of a legal fiction called Benefit of Clergy. This fiction allowed Englishmen to use a performance of literacy in Latin, the language of the medieval clergy that continued to carry prestige even after the Reformation had split the Anglican from the Roman Catholic clergy, to escape capital punishment by reading aloud, or reciting from memory, the so-called neck verse, Psalm 51:1. Feminist scholars have rightly insisted on the consequential asymmetries between this legal loophole. Available to men only and the plea of the belly, which was available to those female felons who could demonstrate their pregnant status to a jury of matrons or a judge. Unlike benefit of clergy, which excluded execution as a possible sentence altogether, pleading the belly only delayed execution. Thus, as Garthein Walker observes, benefit of clergy was used as a standard way of mitigating the death sentence, benefit of belly was not. 200. This conclusion is impertinent, but it invites further consideration in light of the fact that King James's Parliament.
Benefit of clergy. So you just read something out loud and then they can't kill you? Oh my god.
Promulgated a law in 1624, 21 James I, c6, allowing women to claim benefit of clergy if they had been convicted of stealing less than 10 shillings worth of goods because so many women do suffer death for small causes, cited in Harrop 143, see also Dolan 145, Sanders 201 and 42. One can interpret this law as a paltry exception to the larger rule allowing men but not women to gain life-saving benefits from performances of a kind of literacy that in many if not most cases did not consist in a knowledge of Latin, but one can also interpret the law as a sign of its educated maker's perception that executing a poor woman for stealing a loaf of bread was unjust, or at least imprudent. One woman's notorious career highlights the close connection between vernacular literacy, especially in legal discourses, and social mobility. A Canterbury fiddler's daughter, Mary Carleton, FL 1663-73, was skilled enough in German to impersonate a German princess. In her case of Madame Mary Carleton, 1663, she represents herself as a romance heroine while demonstrating her expertise in legal matters. Claiming that her father was a licentiate and doctor of the civil law, she repeatedly calls attention to her familiarity with the legal system and its terminology. QTD in Suzuki, the case 65. The midwife Elizabeth Chellier, FL 1680, also demonstrated her legal literacy in Malice Defeated, 1680, by invoking the rights of the accused as well as statutes by Mr. Coke Edward Coke, the influential jurist. She claimed during her trial that her knowledge of English law was indispensable to her husband, a Frenchman. Anne Docra, 1624-1710, recounts how her father, a justice under Charles I, encouraged her to read statute books when she was young. She later authored A Looking Glass for the Recorder and Justices of the Peace, and Grand Juries for the Town and County of Cambridge, 1682. Thus, although the legal profession was closed to women, some nonetheless acquired enough legal literacy to defend themselves successfully in court. Legal texts such as Law's Resolution of Women's Rights or the Law's Provisions for Women, 1632, and Baron and Femme, a treatise of the common law concerning husbands and wives, 1700, targeted, at least in part, a female readership. See Suzuki, Daughters of Coke. Such texts explicitly and implicitly extended Coke's argument for the right of the commons against the crown to women, though he never intended women to be included in his claim. Toward a conclusion, paths of further research. The Perdita Project, established in 1997 and listing more than 400 manuscripts compiled by British women during the 16th and 17th centuries, has been crucial to the new line of feminist inquiry focused on the recovery of women's writing in manuscript. Moreover, with the publication of Jill Seal Millman and Gillian Wright's collection, Early Modern Women's Manuscript Poetry, we have the first readily available selection of women's writing that remained in manuscript, including the ornately bound 1589 presentation volume to Queen Elizabeth by Jane Seeger, and the work of Hester Poultier, whose impressive and extensive presentation copy of Poems Breathed Forth by the Nobel Haydises, was discovered in the 1990s. Millman and Wright 15. 19, 108-27.12 The heightened interest in manuscript writing and circulation, what Harold Love discusses as scribal publication, encouraged by the work of Margaret J. M. Ezel and Arthur Marotti, and the consequent attention to heretofore unknown writings, Miscela, Nice, and commonplace books such as Anne Boyer's, discussed above, will undoubtedly shed further light on women's literacies in the early modern period. See Ezel, Social Authorship, Marotti, Love 54-58, Justice and Tinker, Burke and Gibson, Ostavish, Sauer, and Smith. Point 13 An equally important but perhaps more intrinsically difficult line of new feminist research involves sifting through cultural documents of many different kinds for evidence about unlettered women, both those who were represented as illiterate and those who were represented as not having any significant relation to alphabetic literacy. In her analysis of the family correspondence of the Oxindens, a Kentish family living near Canterbury during and after the Civil War period, Carol L. Winkleman suggests that the drive for standardization of the English Copyright 2015
English
John Wilde
during the
17th 17th century worked to categorize ordinary women's literacy as unlearned and artless, even while women's skills in reading and writing were becoming more widespread and enabled their greater contribution to the household economy. Point 14. Along the same lines, Elizabeth Mazzola suggests that what looks like illiteracy may instead be an alternative form of writing, as compelling or as valuable as what we read in the clear, strong, unimpeded hands of many men. She argues for the recognition.
Remember, many different literacies. What looks like illiteracy may instead be an alternative form of writing. Because literacies are social practices.
Recognition of women's incomplete, unpredictable, or resistant literacy, Mazzola 2, 7. Proposing the concept of kitchen literacy, Wendy Wall argues that handwriting forms a continuum with the handiwork of the home, and that recipe books underscore the usefulness of working with an expansive and material notion of reading and writing. 15. Similarly, Susan Fry has argued for the close relationship between literacy and needlework, products of pens and needles, and between verbal and visual textualities. Fry 16.16 and Jennifer Wynne Hellworth treats female medical literacy as differing from other types of literacy. She also stresses the need to attend to the multiplicity of literacies. Point 17. Amy Freud's recent work on examples of early
multiplicity of literacies.
Modern women's accounting addresses another type of literacy that has not yet received much scholarly attention but that should be part of ongoing research into the relations among various modes of numeracy and literacy. Attending to those who fall on the negatively charged side of the dyad, literacy/illiteracy requires that we notice and think critically about representations of females who are textually defined, according to interestingly differing standards, as unskillful users of English. An example is Shakespeare's Mistress Quickly. Not knowing Latin, and therefore illiterate according to a medieval definition of literacy still operative in the early modern era, as we have seen with the concept of benefit of clergy, Mistress Quickly becomes the butt of a complex linguistic comedy, or at least, a comedy for an educated fraction of Shakespeare's theater audience and probably a larger fraction of his readers. As Margareta de Grazia has observed, Mistress Quickly repeatedly mistakes the meaning of English words with Latin roots. She hears the word incarnate as carnation, for instance, and misinterprets the word nouns, with both Latin and French roots in a staple of boys' grammar school education, as swoons. Shakespeare, Henry V, February 3, 29, Merry Wives of Windsor.
Incarnate as carnation. Nouns as wounds.
Windsor, April 1st, 20, cited in De Grazia 51. Fictional figures like Mistress Quickly should be studied along with historical women writers if we are to refine our understanding of early modern women's literacy as a site of contest about.
I feel like I've read that. Hold on. I know I read Henry V. Let's see. Features the character Sir John Falstaff, the Fat Knight, who had previously been featured in Henry IV. Okay. So Falstaff falls in love. Falstaff. I think Falstaff was one of the comic relief. Didn't it say that? Yeah, he's like a comic relief guy from like a trio of soldiers. It's a companion of Prince Hal. Let's see. I'm gonna say that Henry V is the one. Yeah. Okay, so the Henry V is the French at Agincourt, and then Henry IV is like young Henry, I think. Yeah, it's about the same Henry. It's just different numbers. So I guess the guy dies off screen. Well, not off screen, but he dies somewhere else. And then they find out about it, and everybody's like, "Oh no, that's sad." So Mistress quickly, I guess, was like
About how subjects
his
gendered female used and were
wife
perceived
or
to use the
something.
resources of language through writing, reading, and speaking. Such considerations are necessary because oral practices of speaking and hearing, as represented and sometimes mocked in the written record, are a crucial part of debates about what constitutes literacy in the past as in the present. If it is important to include representations of women using and abusing language in our study of early modern literacies, it is equally important, but arguably more difficult, to include in our arena of study some awareness of historical women who were ideologically constructed as deficiently or partially literate. This construction, like the influential Aristotelian notion of women as deficient men, see Generation of the Animals, BK4 PT 6, 775a, presumes that there is such a thing as a proper, full, perfect, literacy that exists, and can be measured, without regard to the observer's gender, social status, educational history, or location in time and space. Skepticism about historical notions of proper literacy should not, however,
Actually,
blind us to the importance of attending to
actually
evidence
want
about
to
social
pause and presumes there's such a thing as proper, full, perfect literacy that exists and can be measured without regard to the observer's gender, social status, educational history, or location, time, and space. Remember, many literacies, right? No literacy.
social subjects who were and often still are perceived as improperly literate. Traces of female subjects judged to be illiterate because they lacked knowledge of Latin, or of English grammar or orthography, appear in early modern literary texts and in documents such as legal records as well as in modern scholars' remarks about what segments of a given population were, or were not, literate. The epistemological conundrum we face resembles the one that Chaucer dramatizes when he has his wife of Bath reject the misogynist clerkly tradition of writing about women by comparing it to the painting of a 584 women's literacies and social man killing a lion described in Aesop's fable.
Hold on, what does she do? Wife of Bath reject the misogynist clerk tradition of writing about women by comparing it to the painting of a man killing a lion. Okay.
Aesop's fables. When shown the picture, the lion asked who the painter was, suggesting that if a lion had painted the picture, it would look different. Who painted the lion? Tell me who, asks the wife of Bath, limning a problem that impinges on all studies of literacy by those who consider themselves literate. Point 18. As we reflect on our culturally framed evidentiary fields, we
So the man is killing a lion, and she says, "Who painted the lion?" So who is placing themselves in a position of dominance over the lion? Who painted the lion? Who's telling this story? You know?
fields, we can usefully qualify our conclusions about the gendered literacies of the past by remembering how little we know about those whose names and points of view aren't given in the alphabetic texts that constitute so much of the European, British, and colonial American historical record. We can also respect the gaps in that record by remembering the challenge that Derrida presented to all of us who study the history of writing in manuscript, print, electronic, or other material forms. He famously argued against understanding writing, écriture, in the narrow sense of linear and phonetic notation. Instead, he proposed that we think of writing in general, archi-écriture, as occurring in all societies in which people are capable of producing, that is to say of obliterating, their proper names, and of bringing classificatory difference into play.
I'm just like, as time goes on, I become like more and more unable to just like sit. And it's the worst. So I'm just gonna be sitting in all sorts of like weird ways because I have to.
Play,
Because
Derrida,
I
of
cannot sit
Grammatology
straight.
109, De La Grammatology 161. We may object to the possible ethnocentrism of Derrida's insistence on the transcultural importance of the proper name, but those who work on the history of women and literacy in Western Europe, in England, and in the colonized territories of the New World, during the long early modern period may well find Derrida's words, from 1967, still relevant to our research. For we study a period and place in which most historical subjects classified as female went through life and sometimes entered the written archive with the proper name of a father or husband and therefore with a peculiarly mediated relation to the proper names and property arrangements of their society. Acknowledgement. The authors thank Lee Emmerich for her expert help with this essay.
Okay, so it's 10 o'clock. Um, I think I've said a lot. I think I've said enough already. I mean, I got hiccups. If you got any questions, any comments, any concerns, feel free to get in touch. Leave a comment if it's on the YouTube, which I upload these to, along this one shit. Leave a comment on the YouTube. Leave a chat in the chat. I mean, shit, I don't even care if you see this and it's been 2 weeks and you're like, hey, I know it's been 2 weeks and it's not Reading Rainbow Day, but I want to talk about it. I don't fucking care. Go ahead. You know, I I want to talk to people about shit. I'm not going to debate. I'm not going to debate because I'm not interested in debate. I am interested in conversation. I am interested in having conversation, and that doesn't mean we have to like agree on things. But you know, I think I feel like conversations have different vibes. But anyway, um, I'm gonna like stuff some food into my face. I'm hungry, and then we are gonna. I'm like, do I dare try to finish the game? I don't think I should. I think we should finish that on Friday. I think we should say that for. But then that leaves us, of course, with like, what are we going to be doing for today? It's only an hour. I don't really want to end stream early. I need to save this because this is really interesting. It's the arraignment of women. That's so funny. I cannot wait to bring that up in class tomorrow. That's gonna be fun as shit. But anyway, I do bring up the things that the things that I talk about, the things that I, oh wait, cancel. We gotta save that. Okay. There we go. But yeah, we do a full face right now. Let's do a little bit of a full face. Anyway, I do bring the stuff that I talk about during stream up in class, and you know, a variety of response, as one would expect, but yeah, I think yeah, we're gonna take a break, and then we're gonna move on to our next activity. Where's my cat? Is he? Like I hear him jingling around back there. There he is. He's under the coffee table. There you go. The glint on the screen. Oh, look at the little pot. Little pots of claw. Hey, Bubba. He knows I'm talking about him. Come here. Come here. Oh my god, he's so. Hello. Where's your paw so wet? Um, if you like the look of this cat, you should follow me on Twitter. I post lots of cat pics all the time on my Twitter. Are you upset? Are you upset with me? Hmm? You are doing shameless cat plugging right now and it upsets me. I am not an animal. You cannot monetize our relationship. Yes, I am your son. Mother, how could you do this to me? I am the cat's son. Don't slap me. Don't try to slap me. Put your little paws and claws away. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna take a break. And then when I get back, we're gonna play a game. Little pause. Little pause and little. Oh, look at those paws. Cat. No, some cats are small. Bigger fat. I mean, I think he's just fluffy. Okay, look, he's not that. His tummy's not that wide. Oh, you are fat? Bite me. You're so handsome. You know that? Oh, okay. I see how it is. So anyway, I'll be right back.